Hello, everyone. I am Insane Lane, and welcome to Bad Erotica Book Club. Sorry we're running a little late, but I'm sure we'll catch up. So, okay, first things first, fanning my face excessively. Hear the flutter? That means a hot flash just hit, and I'm melting. My makeup is melting, and that's not a good thing. So, I'm suspecting, based on the length of the upcoming chapter, that we are getting the wedding in this week's session. So, I'm sure that will be fully cringe. Power surge. If it could surge a little less. I realized I had not changed the bandage on my arm all day, so I had to do that last minute. And I also have to throw the used ones down the garbage chute right away, otherwise the dog insists on taking them out of the trash and eating them, which is gross. I mean, I know he means well, but ew, puppy. Speaking of which, he is right here, but not wanting to come up yet because he's giving me the rub my belly face. Let's see. We started the new book last week. We covered the cover because it's disturbing. We learned that, what's her name is still alive. We didn't really hear anything about, the attempt on her life or who was following them or really any follow-up on that at all. We had an extended prologue, that was just a repeat of a very bad sex scene before being told again. There were at least 3 blowjobs that I have blocked out of my permanent memory. We also have the friend who now seems like she is, in the gang kinda. She's gonna be around, it looks like. And we learned that Dominic likes women, apparently. And him and the friend did some coke and got caught banging. And then our lead character stood there and watched. Lara made it clear to Massimo she won't tolerate him doing coke. It is the only thing she has not tolerated. Which is, she's tolerated everything. He kidnapped her and she doesn't care. But we shall see where it goes. I have a feeling the friend's gonna stick around. Her and the bro are gonna, become a thing because they are the Elliot and Kate of the series. Literally the brother and the best friend. So that's another direct copy from 50 Shades because we just have to include all these useless characters for no reason. I'm really not sure why most of these characters are in the book. They don't contribute everything. Hi, Sethel! You are awesome! Please pet your dragons. But that's about all that's happened so far because we just got into this book. So, yeah, basically last week was just a ridiculous amount of sex. Ugh. And I have a feeling there will be more of it this week, unfortunately, which is sad for me, especially as I have to be sober, which is just it's uncalled for. I don't think anybody should have to read this sober, but that is where I find myself at the moment. So we're gonna roll with it and make the best of it. I will explain what I'm replacing the chug a glass of wine option with when we get there. But for now, all rise for our national anthem, please.
If you're still struggling with and they go, if you're still struggling with consent, Just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
And I'm on mute because I forget that too. I have a feeling it's going to be one of those nights where I'm going to forget my head. But that's okay. Uh, for anyone who doesn't know, I burned my arm on the oven door. It's got a bandage. It's fine. Hurts like son of a bitch, but other than that, it's really not that bad. And yes, I'm putting stuff on it so it doesn't get infected. But for now, we shall, of course, introduce our pantheon of ducks, which we will hopefully add to tonight, because we have a number of painted ducks looking for a home, as well as a number of random ducks also looking for a home. So we have lots of options when it comes to ducks. But here are our selected ducks that have been elevated to our grand pantheon of duckdom. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with two B's, Sasha, Bartholomew, Alex, Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Alan Tudyk, Jeeves, Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen, Dennis, Rosie, House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark, Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Lil Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean's Gate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, and Akasha. So those are our current pantheon of ducks. As you can see, the painted ducks are getting more elaborate. What can I say? I like to put effort in, especially when somebody gives me an idea and says, like, here's a picture of a thing, make a duck. This is fun. Lets me get creative, which is a good thing. Oh, okay. Ow, don't put the burn on the edge of the desk, because ow. Oh, also, we broke our burn record. Oh, where are my pages? Ha. See, I'm hiding the mark pages in the back of the book now so that I know where they are. So we did break the burn record. We broke it from 10 to 14. That's lofty. So I don't know if it will be broken, but we shall see. Also, most of those were baby girl. Yep, book officially smells like burnt, and by the way, so does my bathroom still. Usually after a week, it doesn't smell like burnt anymore. This time, still smells like burnt. We're actually starting at the beginning of a chapter. I can't remember the last time this happened. Alrighty. So, as the big day approaches, this is where we find ourselves. And there's too much makeup on my lashes. Okay, better. Chapter 3. I woke up to the sight of the sun shining through the blinds into my room. I reached for my phone and let out an involuntary groan, and I forgot to list the sponsorship tiers because, again, my head isn't attached today. So, 2-second pause, sorry. For anyone who is new here or watching later, why am I melting? Lord of mercy. We have 4 ways that you can help a girl out. PayPal link should be pinned to the top of the chat. YouTube was being weird, so hopefully it's still there because it was a struggle to get it to pin. I don't know if they've changed that, but it wasn't working and then it was. But for $10, you can sponsor a random duck that I will draw out of this bag. It is completely random. I don't look. And you get to name the duck, and it goes on our pantheon of wonderful ducks with all the other ducks. Which will be getting a new stage definitely this week. I will definitely get on it and make it happen. Masking tape not good. Or you can sponsor one of our fabulous painted ducks. We have Cleopatra Duck, Rooster Duck, Turducken Duck, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Raphael Duck, Evil Knievel Duck, A Christmas Story Duck, and Yoshi Duck. I gotta get better at the Yoshi. I used to be able to do that. So these are our fabulous painted ducks that are currently available. More coming soon, but these are up first. Still have a number of ducks that need painted, so if you have a suggestion for a painted duck, please DM me or put it in the Discord, whichever, and I will do my best to make it happen. So definitely need ideas for the ducks, because there's quite a lot of them that still need to be painted. I'm talking like 20. So really need some ideas. I'm definitely going to turn some of them into Pokemon, and you can't stop me. Because there's new Pokemon. It's downloadable on Switch in 6 days. Fire Red and Leaf Green have made their way to Switch after they hyped the shit out of Black and White and then decided, nope, too much work. What can I say? We'll take it. After all these years, playing a classic Pokemon game would be nice. And for once, they're not ridiculously overpriced. They're actually kind of affordable. Granted, I think they should be free because people already own them, but for Nintendo, they're actually pretty cheap. So hopefully, I can swing one of them. That's the plan, at least. For $25, if you want to make me really happy, you can hook me up with these very real, very actually need a key handcuffs. There is a key in here. There's also a key on a string around the monitor because we practice safety here. But these are real metal handcuffs that really do lock, and I will wear them for the first 2 hours of the stream for $25 or all night for $50. If anybody likes that kind of thing, I certainly do. As everybody here knows, there's an assortment of whips and things beside me that I really got to figure out something to do with. Because that would be fun, but I'm not sure how much YouTube would like it. Because they're very weird about some very, strange things. For the grand sum of $50, this is where I would normally say I will chug a glass of wine, but I'm not drinking tonight, so we are substituting alcohol with sour. I will get better sour things in future. This kind of caught me off guard, so I was scrambling a little bit. So for tonight, we have orange juice that I don't like. Okay, I'm the kid that didn't like orange juice. And so I bought this, and it is very sour to me. I know most people don't find orange juice sour. I do. I find it very, very sour. That's lipstick, not blood. And so chugging a glass of this for me is look, but it's healthy. So this is what we're doing this week. We got the OJ chug challenge. I'm thinking of going with lemonade next week. Or possibly mocktails if I can find some. I've never looked for them, so I'm not sure their like availability or like price range, but we'll find out. Because a mocktail of a Cosmo would be nice. I like the taste of a Cosmo. Pulp is gross. Yeah, no. No, 100%. Yeah, no. Pulp is of the devil. Pulp is designed to make you choke. I swear. Yeah, no. Pulp bad. Pulp very bad. And for $100, if anybody is absolutely out of their mind, I have a bra with spikes that I will replace this red bra with and wear for the rest of the evening. It is suitably uncomfortable without being too horrifically painful, at least at first, but it does grow on you. And it gets worse the longer you wear it, so you really get return on your investment on that one. And it is visible, especially in this kind of a top. So I believe that covers all of our bases, so on with the story. I'm going to be playing with stupid tape all night. Okay, watch the edges. I reached for my phone and let out an involuntary groan. It was 10 in the morning. The wedding was supposed to start at 4 in the afternoon. Called it. It's the wedding. Okay, since we're on the subject, I'm going to make some bad predictions of things that I think are going to happen in this book. And by bad, I mean I don't want to read them, but I think they're going to happen. This is obviously the chapter where we're getting the wedding. I think they are going to fuck before, during, and after the wedding. He's definitely going to fuck her in the wedding dress at some point. Like, there's just no way that is not happening. I'm 50-50 on whether as soon as she says I do, he literally just drags her back down the aisle and they go into the coat room and fuck. Like, there's a full-on chance that happens. Further on in the book, I now predict that a threesome or a foursome occurs at some point. Because the friend is there now. She's hooking up with the brother. But I also think that the friend would not be adverse to hooking up with Laura and Massimo as a couple. So I think that threesome will happen and possibly the brother will join in making it a foursome. Whether that starts as a threesome in one scene and then there's a foursome in the next scene, I don't know. But I predict that one or both of these things will happen. I think there will be another attempt to kidnap her or an attempt on her life. I think the psycho ex of his will make another appearance. Whether she actually is the bad guy or she's the red herring, whether she hooked up with like Laura's ex and they got like a revenge thing going on, I don't know. Are we going to see her ex-boyfriend ever again? I would be fine with not. But I don't think he's quite gone away yet. And I'm sure something mob boss, I'm sure they're going to have a fight at some point. Something about the baby, or she's going to realize that he might not be the best dad or something like that. There's going to be something that makes her at least question the marriage or whatever. Or have I made a horrible mistake? Or she's going to see him do something evil or something like that. That's going to like make her want to run from him or something like that. Something like this will happen. There was still time to get ready. Massimo had disappeared as usual. Oh, great, she's already getting used to him never being around. That's probably for the best. So I sprang up and wrapped myself in the bathrobe and went to check the upper deck. Oh, they're still on the boat. Oh, that's right, they're on the boat. Maybe they're going to live on the boat. The dining table was heaped with food. Olga sat in her chair scrolling on her phone. I took a seat next to her and reached for a cup of tea. I think I'm going to puke, I said, taking a sip. Feeling sick again, poor thing. A bit, especially thinking about the fact that I'm about to eat off the table you got laid on last night. Olga snorted with laughter and put her smartphone down. Well then, you should probably keep away from the jacuzzi and the couch in the living room, too. You're unbearable, I grumble, shaking my head. Yeah, like her and Massimo didn't do it on every inch of this boat. That I am, she replied, beaming. And by the way, you were right. They're both naturals. I've never been I've never been fucked this good in my life. He just doesn't stop. I think it might be something in the air. And the size of his cock. Oh God, we're one page in. One page. We're one page in. We already have penis discussion. Like, I'm sorry, but ladies in the chat, have you ever in your life, sorry, got lipstick on my mic, but have you ever informed another woman, even your best friend, about the attributes of the penis you were getting laid by? Like, is this something that girls actually talk about outside of horrible novels and horrible movies? Because even when getting some, I have never told any of the other females in my life the details of what was given it to me. All right, enough, or I swear I'll be sick. A moment later, Dominic joined us. He was dressed casually, joggers and a black t-shirt. His hair cascaded down his face. He looked as if he had just woken up. He poured himself a cup of tea and hid behind a pair of sunglasses. I booked you a hairstylist at noon, then it's time for makeup. After that, I'm picking you up from the villa. The dress has already been prepared. It's in your room. Emmy will be there at 2:45. She'll give you a hand. Meanwhile, I'm going to do something about this massive hangover. Yeah, dude, you were up all night doing coke and drinking. You probably had like 20 minutes sleep. He pulled out a small plastic bag from his pocket, poured some white powder on his plate, quickly formed 2 lines and snorted them loudly. Okay, that's one answer. Just do more coke. Then he leaned back in his chair, wrapping his arms behind his head, and said, I feel better already. I watched all of this, wondering how they could just sit there, ignoring each other like nothing had happened last night. Olga was looking at the screen of her phone again, while Dominic enjoyed the morning, slowly regaining strength. Because they're 2 adults and they understand that 2 adults can just fuck and it doesn't mean anything? When were you going to tell me about the wedding party? I asked suddenly. Olga rolled her eyes and shrugged, glancing at the young Italian. He spread his arms and pointed in her direction, deflecting the question. Olga was supposed to tell you. Not my fault she waited this long. How long have you known? I snapped at him. Since the day you agreed to marry Massimo, but... Yeah, girl, you haven't figured out by now that everyone is keeping you in the dark about everything and that's how it's going to be? Forever? I gestured for him to shut up before hiding my face in my hands. It'll be fun, honey, you'll see. What about the wedding party? I've forgotten. Olga chimed in, running a hand through my hair. It's going to be perfect. Flowers, white doves, colorful lanterns, just like you wanted. Yeah, and mobsters and guns and the mafia and cocaine. Just perfect. Hey, if I was the bride, I'd throw Dominic overboard, but that's okay. Dominic raised his plate in a toast and sucked another line. Yeah, seriously, no. I'm done with him. And I liked the friend, but now the friend is annoying and grating, and why are you here? Don't you worry, he said, rubbing his nose. Not everyone's going to attend the ceremony at the church. There's only going to be a couple people. Heads of the families and their closest lieutenants. Oh, that's real romantic. Besides, the Madonna del Rocca is a small church, so don't worry about the crowd. Now go ahead and eat something. I looked at the table and grimaced. It was too tense to eat. My stomach nodded. Where's Massimo? I asked. You'll meet him at the church. He has some things to take care of first, Dominic replied. Just between us, he winked. I think he's a bundle of nerves now. He lifted his eyebrow and smiled. He woke up at 6. We had a little chat and then he took the boat back home. An hour later, I was in my room in the mansion staring at a large box housing my wedding dress. I'm going to get married today, I thought. I picked up the phone and called my mom. My eyes teared up. Everything was wrong. Yes! That may be the first accurate thing she said. A few seconds later, I heard Mom's voice through the speaker. She asked me how I was doing and how work was. Instead of telling her the truth, I lied. The only truthful answer she got was when she asked me how things were going with Massimo. I told her everything was wonderful. Then I listened to her prattling on about things at home and how Dad was always at work. I didn't learn anything new, but I really needed that short talk. When I hung up, it was nearly noon. Olga barged into the room. What? She cried. You haven't even showered yet. The phone was still in my hands. I collapsed to my knees and burst out in tears. I don't want any of that, Olga, I sobbed. Mom should be here. Dad was supposed to lead me down the altar, and my brother was going to be the best man. It's all wrong. You're waiting until the morning of the wedding to say this? Like, granted, she hasn't had that long, but you had time to say this before. I wailed, my arms wrapping closely around Olga's legs. Let's run away. Let's take the car and run away, just for a while. My panic didn't seem to move Olga at all. She raised an eyebrow and sent me a disapproving look. Stop fucking around and get up, she snapped. You're having a panic attack. Just breathe and go take a shower. Everyone's going to be here any minute. I didn't react, instead clinging tightly to her legs. Okay, so we have her acting like a child. Clara, she said gently and lowered herself to the floor to sit next to me. You love him, and he loves you. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Isn't that right? This wedding is going to take place. Besides, it's only a formality. You wake up tomorrow and nothing's going to change. And I'm here for you. Normally I'd take you somewhere to get pissed drunk, but we can't do that now, can we? So just take heart in the knowledge that I'm going to drink to your health. Her words didn't have the intended effect. I crumpled to the floor, racked by sobs, repeating over and over again that I would just pack my things and leave. Like, so she's literally on the floor throwing a fit. She's having a temper tantrum. I mean, granted, this arrangement does suck. I am not saying that it doesn't, but she hasn't exactly been resisting it. You're getting on my fucking nerves, Laura, Olga barked suddenly, grabbing my ankle. She sprang up and started dragging me to the bathroom. Oh, great, this is the friend you need. Are you kidding me? I tried to jerk away, but she was a lot stronger than me. She hauled me to the shower and turned the water on. I was fully clothed and it was ice cold. I jumped to my feet, fully intending to kill my friend. Well, now, since you're already standing, take a while to wash yourself. Meanwhile, I'll get you some of that alcohol-free shit you keep drinking. Olga spun around and left. I took a shower, dried myself, wrapped my head with a towel, and put on a bathrobe. I felt better. My fears were gone. Magical power of a shower, I guess. What was in the steam? When I returned to the bedroom, the view made me freeze in my tracks. As I was showering, the room had been transformed into a hair salon. There were 2 professional seats, one next to the other, and 2 large mirrors in front of them. Lights. Tons of cosmetics, hundreds of hairbrushes, several dryers, curling irons, and about 10 people standing at attention and waiting for me. Okay, that is way too many people. Come on, sit down and have a drink, Olga said, pointing to the seat next to her own. When I got up again, it was way past 2. I'd never felt so exhausted by just sitting around. My short-ish hair had been tied into an impressive and elaborate bun formed using bundles of fake hair. To keep faithful to my style, the bun rested on the back of my head in a large, graceful ball, while the rest of my hair was slicked back, kept out of my eyes and face. It was very elegant and stylish, but also unpretentious. Perfect for the occasion. Dominic had brought in the best stylists. They'd done a great job. My eyes were heavily accented with a chocolate-hued mascara, and my lips delicately rouged. I looked fresh and gleaming. This does not sound like a good look. The effect was topped off by a set of thick, long, fake lashes. My face got a perfect makeover and was now covered in camouflage was now covered in a camouflage layer of foundation, powder, and blush. Ugh. Making me look like someone else, or at least not like the everyday me. It was glorious. Yeah, it's always great when you look nothing like yourself. That's what we're going for. I was enchanted. I couldn't stop looking at myself in the mirror. I'd never looked this pretty. Even the makeup I had worn during the film festival in Venice couldn't compare. Oh, I hate how vain she is. As I marveled at my reflection in the mirror, Emmy suddenly entered the room. Olga froze, pretending to scroll on her smartphone. Emmy greeted me with a kiss on the cheek and unwrapped my wedding dress. Let's get to work, girls, shall we? She grabbed the garment. Battling with the zipper on my back, I realized that one of two things had happened. Either the dress had shrunk or I had grown bigger. Somehow, between the three of us, we managed to zip it up, and Emmy went to work on the veil. A couple of minutes before 3, we were ready. My heart was racing. Olga stopped by my side and squeezed my hand. It was obvious she was close to tears, but only her beautiful makeup kept her from crying. These two are so fucking dense. I packed some things for your wedding night. The bag is by the bathroom door. There's some makeup stuff inside and lingerie. Oh, I can only imagine what else she packed, because I'm betting there's more than that in the bag. Could you toss that pink toiletry bag from the dresser by the bed, too? Hogan went to grab the small bag. What the fuck would you need a vibrator for your wedding night? She asked, bemused. Having problems? I was gonna say she's bringing her vibrator, but the friend has a good point. Why are you bringing that on your honeymoon if ever there's a time when you shouldn't need it? And let's just say it's not like he doesn't do the jackrabbit thing on his own. I turned to her and raised my brows. Not at all. Ugh. I'm just planning a little surprise for my husband. What, is she gonna ceremonially burn it? What? It wouldn't surprise me. You are so fucked up and kinky as hell. Or are we gonna get her turning the tables? Like when he made her watch in the really disgusting fashion, is she gonna make him watch her with the toy until she tells him he can join in or something? It's gonna be dumb, whatever it is. And that's why we're such good friends, she said. I forgot my lip balm. Be back in a sec. She disappeared through the door and I heard a shriek from downstairs. Get out! It's bad luck for you to see her before the ceremony. I spun on my heel and saw it was my breathtaking fiancé. He looked at me and went perfectly still. I was doing my best to keep calm. We faced each other. Finally, Massimo made the first step and closed the distance between us. I don't give a flying fuck about your superstition, he said, lifting my veil. I couldn't wait any longer. I just had to see you. I'd be murdering him. I don't believe it's bad luck, but I do want the first time somebody sees me in my wedding dress to be when I'm walking down the aisle to you. You can take in the sight later when we're alone, but, tradition, tradition. Get out. The only times Massimo cussed were in bed or when he was really angry about something. I'm scared, I breathed, looking him in the eyes. He took my face in his hands and planted a delicate kiss on my lips before pulling away and looking at me. I'm here for you, baby girl. There we go. There's number 1. First one in the evening. I will be careful playing with fire so I don't set myself on fire, I promise. Ow, what? Motherfucker. Ugh. Keep hitting the edge of my desk. Stupid desk. I'm amazed Puppy isn't up here. He started to come up here, but then he decided napping was more important. I'm sure he'll put in an appearance later. Once my brain wakes up. I'm here for you, baby girl, he said gently. You're so beautiful. You look like an angel. He closed his eyes and touched his forehead to mine. I want you to have, uh, I want to have you just for myself. I love you, Laura. Please tell me he's not going to throw everyone out and they're going to do it right now. I adored it when he said that. A wave of incredible happiness washed over me then. It was difficult to describe. That hard, inhuman, ruthless man was showing me affection. Those are some complimentary things to call the guy you're about to marry. Hard and inhuman. Because that's what a girl wants, right? I wanted this moment to last forever, so that we didn't have to go anywhere or see anyone, so that all that counted was the two of us. Dominic and Olga's voices reached us from downstairs, but the two didn't have the courage to interrupt us. The man in black opened his eyes again and kissed me on the lips. What is with her calling him the man in black still? I didn't get it the first time. I don't get it now. Why does she continue to call him that? Oh, I heard ears flapping. Yeah, big red flags. I mean, like we need to be told, because this whole book is a red flag, but here is our red flag. We do actually have one that I don't use enough, because I worked very hard to make this. So, yes, he is a walking red flag. Like I said, I have been amusing myself watching people react to the first movie, and only the first one, because spoilers, so I'm not watching ahead, though I do have a lot of bookmarks. One of which, you know what? I'm going to do this tonight after book club, 20-minute long vid of so far my favorite react to the first 365 Days movie. It's fucking hilarious. It's 20 minutes long, and I will be in the movie room after book club to screen it with anyone who wants to watch with me. It's very funny, crude humor, but they do an excellent job roasting the first movie, and it's genuinely funny. It's been making me laugh all week. So, yes, anyone who survives to the end, we will watch that together because it's funny and I would like to watch it with people. So I will make that my motivation to get through the evening. And my makeup is already running because my eyes are watering because I got makeup in my eyes because I'm very bad at doing makeup. Oh, there's a head. The puppy has a head. Yeah, he's still not getting up. He's just rearranging. Oh, now you're going to make a liar out of me and get up? Oh no, ear scratch. And kiss me on the lips. It's time, baby girl. Oh, we get it twice. We get it twice. We get it twice. Wait, I gotta mark this. I got two baby girls. Oh, look, it's a puppy. You want to come up? Come on. Okay, you let me know when you want to come up. 5, 4, 3, 2. Nope, he's being stubborn and lazy today. Also, he's been cuddled about 15 times today, so, you know. I'll be waiting for you. Hurry. He turned away and headed towards the stairs. I looked on mesmerized as he disappeared. He was wearing a stylish, dark blue tuxedo and a white shirt and a bow tie the color of the tux. A delicate flower matching the color of my dress decorated his lapel. He looked like a model from an Armani show. Hi, Satel! Yes, I agree. Ugh. Ah. I heard Olga climbing the steps. My friend joined me to adjust the veil on my head. This damn dress is too fucking overcomplicated. That's because it's a wedding dress. It's supposed to be. All right, come here, you. No, I'm not leaning down and rubbing your belly. Up. Come on, up. You can do it. Come on. Come on. All right, you're a naughty doggy then. Come on, you. Up, up. All right, you're not getting cuddles. Oh, now we want to come up? Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go. See, he understands. He understands more than we think he does. Don't you? Don't you? Yes. He's going, darn it, you have that makeup stuff on your face, and that means I can't lick. And I'm supposed to be able to lick. It's one of the things I'm good at. He is very good at licking, also woofing, barking, and wagging his tail. Which are good attributes in a dog, you know? I know, don't show you to the camera, you don't like it, I know. You're so greedy with the attention, but you're shy. Mostly he's just going, no, I'm only here for you, not those other people. I don't have to share my mommy. You're all mine. Me. I'm a jealous, sucky, little baby. Yes. He's also perfectly okay with being all those things, by the way. He does not think any of those things are a bad thing. No. Being a jealous, sucky baby means he gets lots of attention and cuddles, and what's wrong with that? Right? Right? Yeah. You think so? Yes. Yes, he does. Okay. I know. I know you want to stay forever. I know you do. You want to stay forever. Yes, and I'm just supposed to pet you and pet you and pet you and love you and pet you and cuddle you. Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, good baby. Yes, you are. Good baby. Okay? You go hold your pillow down. Can you do that for me? Hmm? Can you do that for me? Hmm? Yeah? Okay. You go hold your pillow down. And I'll cuddle you extra later, okay? Yeah. Okay. He doesn't agree, but he likes the part about being cuddled more later. Squishy baby. Love you. Down we go. That's a good baby. Good boy. Yes, we always have Doggo here. I think he's made an appearance almost every book club. Oh, now he's going to the couch. Couch usually means he's in for a long nap and doesn't wish to be disturbed. This dress is too fucking overcomplicated, she grumbled, fussing about her own outfit, trying to straighten it down on both sides. Can't really walk in it, not to mention taking the stairs. You ready? I nodded and grabbed her hand. The Madonna del Rocca church was perched on the slope at the very top of Taormina. It was an impressive building from the 12th century, restored in 1640, overlooking the town. A few dozen feet below, there was an old castle. Further down the slope, the sea shimmered in blue. I stepped out of the car and saw a white carpet leading to the entrance, lined by elaborate floral decorations. The only things that distorted the perfect view were the burly men in black suits standing guard over the gate. The church was one of the town's main tourist sites, the last stop for the most determined visitors, undaunted by the thousands of steps they had to climb to get there. I'll wait for you inside. I love you, Olga whispered and gave me one last hug. Why am I getting stiffy? I stopped, disoriented, and looked around. I couldn't breathe. Dominic appeared out of nowhere and we locked arms. I know I'm not the one who should be standing at your side now, but it's nevertheless a great honor for me, Laura. Aw, at least he's being nice. My legs were shaking and I couldn't stop wobbling back and forth like an abandoned child. What the fuck? What the fuck is with that analogy? Jesus. What are we waiting for? I asked impatiently. Suddenly, music blared from somewhere and a woman's beautiful, sonorous voice intoned Ave Maria. This. He raised his brows and smiled gently. Now come with me. Dominic prodded me forward and we started walking to the entrance. My impossibly long train snaked behind our backs. The stairs were guarded by security guards who made sure none of the dozens of tourists broke through. The onlookers applauded as I approached the building. Oh my god, this would suck. This would suck so hard. To be getting married in a place surrounded by tourists. Ugh, I would hate every bit of this. Ew. I was nervous and strangely calm at the same time. Panicked but also euphoric. The closer we were getting to the great doors, the faster my heart was pounding. Finally, we crossed the threshold. The sound of singing became louder. The voice surrounded me, wrapped itself around me, and tore into me. The people lining the way to the altar all went silent. I kept my eyes fixed ahead of me. By the altar, with a gleaming smile, watching my approach, was my breathtaking future husband. Really didn't need to be told that again. Dominic led me all the way to him before taking his place next to Olga. Yeah, I think Cerebellum is right. The wobbling like an abandoned child. I'm gonna say that just didn't translate correctly because it just doesn't make any sense. And yeah, the church would be closed for a private event. And it's not like we don't. It's not like Massimo isn't powerful enough to swing that. We know that he is. Uh, as I stopped by the altar, Massimo took my hand in his, placing a gentle kiss on my palm and squeezing it tightly. The priest began the ceremony, and I tried tearing my eyes away from Massimo. He was mine. Alright, that time I'm counting the mine. And yes, we have to go back and burn 2 things. Hi, Deacon! In a couple minutes, we were about to seal our fates, intertwining our lives forever. You know, divorce is a thing, honey. The ceremony only took a little time, and it was all in English. To be honest, I can't really remember any of it. I was too nervous. I recall silently praying for it to be over. That's what you want to be thinking when you're at the altar. Please, God, let this hurry up and end. Yeah, that's so romantic. When it was done, we went to the chapel to sign the documents. On our way there, I finally took the opportunity to take a look around. The guests were squeezed into the pews with barely any space between them. If I had to imagine a mafia wedding before, this is how I would have pictured it in my mind. The men were watching us stern-faced, whispering among themselves, and their women, dressed up to the nines, and evidently bored out of their minds, were rolling their eyes, stealing glances at their phones. So everybody is fucking rude, is what we're being told. Everybody is a horrible person at this wedding, but they're all mobbed up, so that kind of makes sense. But before we go on, we have some fire to play with. At least 2 to start. So let's try not to set the entire book on fire, at least not yet. But for the first time tonight, we have 2 instances of baby girl that now get to be burned out of existence. In 3, 2, 1. Ugh. It does like to catch. Okay, we're going to smother that. There we go. Once you smother it, it goes right out. Alright. And 3, 2, 1. But yeah, it really, really likes to spread. Wow, almost got a 2-for-1 on that. All right, we'll do the other one. Oh, I forgot to write it down. There we go. Once I've fully read the back of the page. The formalities took more time than I had imagined, so when we finally left the sacristy, I was surprised to see that everybody had left. I stopped in front of the building and looked over the city and the sea while the tourists tried snapping photos. The security guards made it all but impossible, of course. I couldn't have cared less. I would hate this so much. Every fucking bit of it. Yeah, it smolders, Deacon. The book really, really, really freaking smolders. I know. I should have. Oh, I should have some holy water. Yes, that would be great. My fingers fiddled with the platinum wedding ring around my finger, perfectly matching the engagement ring right next to it. Does it chafe, Mrs. Torricelli? Massimo asked, wrapping his arm around me. I smiled, looking at him. I just can't believe it. The man in black leaned closer and kissed me. It was a long, deep, and very passionate kiss. The sight made the onlookers cheer loudly. They whistled and applauded for us, but we paid them no mind. Finally, we tore away from each other. Massimo took my hand and led me along the white carpet to the car that was already waiting. I waved at the tourists as we walked by, allowing them to finally enter the church. Oh my god. This is so dumb. Ay. Getting into the car wasn't easy in my wedding dress, but I managed. The car wasn't a limousine, but a white Mercedes SLS AMG. A vehicle as gaudy and ostentatious as they got. This sounds like a very ugly car. If anyone would like to find a picture and send it to me, I would appreciate it. Mercedes SLS AMG. Apparently it's gaudy and ostentatious. It's usually something I like, but in jewelry, not cars. Massimo took his seat behind the wheel and gunned the engine. Why is he driving himself? Yeah, Deacon, don't drag Men in Black into this. The first movie was good. The second one was decent for a sequel. The rest can suck it, but no. The song is the actual Men in Black song is way too good to come anywhere near this. Is it cheesy and commercial? Yes. Is it also a fairly good song? Yes. It's a fun song. It's a stupid fun song is what it is. And the fact that it's Will Smith is what makes it work. Sarah Bell, I'm not sure what you're trying to show me because it's just a link and I can't click on it right now. Yeah, there's too much stuff running right now, but I will click on it later. I'm assuming it's a picture of the car. So thank you, though, for finding that. I do appreciate it, and I will look at it as soon as I can. Now the hardest part, he said, putting the machine in motion. I need you to be courteous and do as I say. What? What in the 9 levels of hell is about to fucking happen? Like, is he gonna go, like, introduce her to the actual head of the family and, like, get his approval or something or some shit? I swear to fucking God. I swear to God, I reserve the right to scream. Screamy pillow. Why do I always forget the screamy pillow? Oh, thank you. What? It has those fucking wing doors? Yeah, that's an obnoxious fucking car. If it had normal doors, even the like Lamborghini like side like up doors, I can tolerate that. I don't well, actually, more I look at it, I do hate it. I also don't trust those headlights. They don't look sufficient for the car. No, like, ugh. This looks like a nightmare hodgepodge of bad ideas. But yeah, that is one hell of an ugly car, and I cannot imagine trying to sit in that thing in a full wedding dress. Jesus. It'd be so uncomfortable and so crammed. Like, this is not the car you leave a wedding in. No, no, no. No, no. Even for a mobster, that's a ridiculous car. Okay. Ow! Freaking arm! Okay, I'm just gonna cut my arm off. That'll be better. I need you to be courteous and do as I say. Please do not act out or speak against me in any way. Can you do this for me until the end of the party? Oh, great. Because all my mob contacts are here and I have to look strong and in control of my woman in front of them. So don't do any of the things you do to provoke me, like get on a table and dance, and don't say anything bad about me to anyone. Got it, honey? Can we just shoot him now? They're married. She gets half his money. Like, no, my God. Girl, you better get used to this crap because you signed up for it for every fucking day. And also, like, that he has to tell her, like, hey, don't tell everyone what an asshole I am. Like, things you should not have to say. The 2025 Black Series SLS AMG can cost between $500K and $1 million US. Yeah, that's a mobster car. That's why it's fucking ugly. Ugh. Oh, wait, before I turn the page, we have an instance of mine to burn. So for the third time this evening, say it with me. Burn, baby, burn. 3, 2, 1. Okay, that just went through several pages in one go, and I didn't mean to do that. I barely touched it. I barely touched it. Look at this. I barely touched it. Okay, it didn't get the next page too badly. It's readable. But I barely touched it. I sent him a surprised look, completely baffled. Are you telling me to behave? I asked irritably. Yes, he is. Get used to it. And this is not the first time he's done this. He's been telling her to behave since the moment he kidnapped her. I'm simply saying that you don't know how to behave in the company I'm introducing you to, and I had no time to give you any pointers before. Really, asshole? Really, you fucking pig? You didn't have any time to give her pointers. Oh, like Dominic, who was around a lot more than your ass, couldn't have told her the same exact things. Like he doesn't fucking know. Like you haven't been her hostage for like 3 months at this point. You could have like started schooling her on how to be the perfect mob boss from mob boss's wife from day one. You had time. Like I'd strangle him with my veil at this point. His is about business and the family image, baby. Ah, he didn't say baby girl. I can't set fire to it. Damn it. It has nothing to do with us. Many family heads are hardline mobsters. They have pretty conservative views on what roles women should play in life. Ugh. They're easy to offend and they might feel disrespected without you knowing you did wrong. That would undermine my authority. All the more reason you should have given her lessons before now, you fucking idiot. Believe me, I know what he's talking about. Well, I can't say not from personal experience because I do have some personal experience, but I know what he's talking about. I know the codes. I know how it works. Again, I come from a very, very large Italian family on the one side. I've been to several Italian weddings. They last for days, by the way. Ugh. ChatGPT forgot to put baby at the end of the sentence. Oh yeah. If ChatGPT wrote half of this, it wouldn't surprise me. Also, for anyone who ever wants to know, I found an uncensored version of ChatGPT. It's not 100% uncensored because it will refuse my request sometimes. Basically, I like to play with it and see if I can break it because that's like it goes to my gamer girl ways. It's a toy and I want to play with it. And so I wanted to see because it says like anything goes. It does erotica, it does sex, it does dark, it'll do violent. I've gotten it to write some very, very, very twisted, ugly shit for me. Yet it has weird boundaries where things that are none of those things it will refuse to do until I change a couple of words. There's some keywords I've learned that set it off. But you can do it 3 times a day for free and it will write whatever you tell it to and it'll continue it if you keep giving it prompts. It will write an entire story for you. I've written some very long pieces on it, again, just playing to see what I can make it do. But you can make it do a lot, especially if you tell it. And I've done this a few times. Like I've told it like so and so and so and so are on a date. There's a 5-course meal. Write a 5-course detailed menu with blah blah ingredients and make it expensive and make it this and make it this. And it will fully detail the shit out of like a 5-star menu in full detail for you like that. So if you need that information and you're too lazy to fucking research it yourself, it's a good resource for that. Because it will do it. Or if you tell it like write out the detailed plans if I was going to do this, it'll do it. But it will also like write a story. If you say like if you pick a TV show and tell it like write me a scene between these 2 characters where this happens, it'll do it. It's called Hack AI what is it? GC. Yeah. If you type Hack AI GC into Google, you should find it. It's fun to play with. But be warned, it will write dark, violent, disturbing stuff. So use with caution. Like I got it to literally write the sacrificing a virgin scene after much setup. I also got it to write a version of a scene from Miss Babylon that it didn't do well with at all. Sometimes it doesn't understand, but it mostly does. It's a thing I should not play with, honestly. I really should not. It's one of those dangerous for me toys, but it's so much fun. I have trouble putting it down, even though I know it's bad for me. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I have family in the mob, so I know about this. Massimo explained, placing a hand on my knee. Are they really not going to pull over and fuck before getting to the reception? Because I doubt this. The upside is that most of them don't know English. That said, they're all very observant, so just watch your manners, I guess. Really? Really? Oh, what a jerk. We've been married for 20 minutes and you're already ordering me around, I complained. What has he ever done otherwise? Girl, he kidnapped your ass. All he's done is order you around. Like, one of the reviews pointed out that the first time he tells her they're going somewhere on his plane and she doesn't want to because she's afraid of flying, she tells him, I got a bag of potatoes you can just like order around. And then for the entirety of, up to and including now, she gets treated like a fucking bag of potatoes that he just lugs around at his leisure. Because he takes her wherever the fuck he wants, whenever the fuck he wants. He doesn't care what she says or what she wants. That doesn't matter. All he does is order her around. And then either she just does it or he forces her. Like, oh, please tell me she's not one of these stupid bimbos that thought, oh, once I marry him, everything will change. No, people generally get worse after you marry them. Especially guys like this. Because he absolutely is the guy that will kill her before he'll let her go. Massimo sighed and slammed the steering wheel with both hands. Okay! Rate much? This is what I'm talking about, he thundered. Don't talk back to me. Suck my fucking dick. I froze, bewildered and angry, glaring through the windows, mulling over his words. I'd already had enough of this farce, and the party hadn't even started yet. Calling your marriage a farce after 20 minutes. Oh, dear God. But we did get the classic, don't talk back to me. Yeah, anybody says that to me, you're gonna get the back of my hand. Like, don't fucking... 'Night, Deacon. Watch some baby pandas. I'll play the trophy wife under one condition. Trophy wife, he grimaced. Yeah, what? I'm sorry, that's exactly how you're treating her. You're offended that she has called you out? Yes, Don Massimo, trophy wife. An insignificant thing you just show off to everybody. Someone you show up with everywhere just to prove how much of an alpha male you are. I'll be your trophy if you submit to me fully for one whole day after that. I almost said, we're going to get a scene of him being submissive. Is that why she wanted the toy? Is she going to use the toy on him? Because sign me up for that. But is the book going to fulfill that fantasy for me? Because I would like that. You know, only if he doesn't want it, like when she didn't want it, but that's me being evil. But I did wonder if we were going to get him being submissive, because it would make perfect sense. For a number of reasons. And I'm betting this is when the friend's going to enter the picture, too. And, like, what is he going to do? Lock them both in the bedroom? Because he can't be seen to be being submissive in front of his like, lieutenants or whatever. He can't he can't let them see that the wife is ordering him around on the first day of their being married. Like, the man in black leaned his head back, and for a while he stared ahead impassively. He's driving while doing this, by the way, so he's not looking at the road right now. If you weren't pregnant, I'd stop the car right away and spank you. I don't think spanking is going to hurt the baby. And then I'd do that thing I've already done to that pretty round butt of yours. Okay, I'm sorry. Was somebody watching Shawshank Redemption when they wrote that line? Because I heard it. But he's gonna be one of those guys that is afraid to fuck her because she's pregnant. This is where the friend's gonna come in, because I was thinking about this. Because he's not gonna want to fuck her while she's pregnant because he's a coward. So the friend is gonna be the surrogate fuck doll. I bet you anything that's what it's gonna be. Because who remembers the show The Tudors? I think it was in season 2, possibly 3. I don't remember, when Anne Boleyn was pregnant, and this is historically accurate. Because back then they really did think that once a woman was pregnant, you can't have sex because you'll hurt the baby. That is bullshit, but a lot of guys still think it. And so Anne Boleyn famously arranged for a kind of friend of hers to catch the king's eye while she was pregnant. And so Henry had a mistress that she could control, and then when the pregnancy was over, she could send away and return Henry's affections to her, which worked for the most part. But yeah, I think that's something like that's going to happen here, because have they even had a discussion to say whether she expects or he intends to be faithful during their marriage? That has not been a discussion. Is he still going to be getting blowjobs from whores in the club? Is she okay with that? Does he care if she's okay with that, or is he just planning to hide it from her? Like, this is a conversation that hasn't happened that really needs to happen. Like, what are the expectations? I mean, that's a conversation I've had with people I didn't get engaged to. And I had that conversation actually with my first ever date. Guy I knew when I was 14. He joined the army eventually. At least last I heard. But we were together for the summer. It was one of those summer things, and it was over the week before school started, because he called and broke up with me because his mother hated me and he was mama's boy. He broke my heart in spectacular fashion. But even though we only dated for the summer, we really did, in true teenager fashion, talk about, life and living together and what kind of house we would like. And we knew he wanted to be in the military, and that meant owning guns. And we made an arrangement that, yes, you can own guns, but they live in a gun safe in the garage and not in the main house, especially when we have kids. We agreed that that was reasonable. We talked about, we did talk about kids, and, that I wanted to work at this, and that I know if he's in the military, he could be away for, months at a time, and how would I deal with that, especially with the kids. And, we talked about all kinds of things. Again, teenager logic was in abundance, but we did talk about all that, and we did talk about being faithful. Because I was like, I don't care if you get sent off to war for a year. You cheat on me, I will murder you when you get home. Understood? It was understood. Because also, remember, boys, for that whole year, she's going without too. So if I can do it, you can do it. You will not actually die from not getting laid. So yeah, you can, you talk about all kinds of things when you're in a relationship, even brief ones. But these two don't talk about anything, ever. So he would like to spank her and then do anal. He turned his head and sent me an angry stare. But your current status makes you untouchable, so I'll negotiate instead. I'll give you 1 hour of power. No. An hour is nope, not gonna do it. A whole day. I wasn't about to budge. Don't overstep your bounds, girl. Now I'm making it 2 days just for that comment. An hour. At night. I won't take any risks. He means the risk of somebody seeing him being submissive. That's what it is. That's the risk. I brooded. A cunning plan was already taking shape in my head. All right, Massimo, 1 hour during the night, but you can't say no. This is gonna get really fucking twisted, isn't it? I mean, I know I was joking about some things, but now I think they might happen. All right, Massimo, 1 hour during the night, but you can't say no. He knew I'd make the best of those 60 minutes, and it was evident that giving me even a short while in the saddle wasn't something he relished, but it was too late to back out. Well then, trophy wife, he said, you behave today and do as I say. I want him dead so much. We've had both baby and girl separately, which are not on my list, so I can't set fire to them. A couple minutes later, we stopped at a historical hotel. The driveway was blocked by 2 black SUVs and a dozen muscled men in black suits. What's that all about? I asked, looking around. Massimo laughed before knitting his brows and becoming serious. Our wedding party. Oh, God. Where's her best friend? Where is the friend? Is she in a car behind them? Like what? Lightheaded with the view, I felt my stomach knotting. I was among dozens of armed men in cars that looked like tanks. I rested my head against my seat and closed my eyes, trying to calm my breath. It's okay, Massimo said, grabbing my wrist to check my pulse and glancing at his watch. He knows how to do this. Okay. Your heart is racing. Baby girl. Okay, I get one. I get one. I get one. Where's my pen? Oh, and we can burn it right now because it's on the back of a page. So we're up to 3 on baby girl and 4 overall. Okay, let me not get my hand on fire because that would be bad. I already got one burn to contend with. I don't need another. For the 3rd time tonight, burn, baby girl, burn. Oh, it did not burn sufficiently. Burn better. There we go. See, it has to be completely gone or it doesn't count. What's wrong? You need your pills? Is your heart condition acting up? By the way, we're never going to fucking find out what her actual heart condition or these mystery miracle pills are. I swear to God, we're never going to find out. I shook my head and turned to look at him. Do we need all this? His face didn't lose its stern expression. He stared at his watch, counting the beats of my heart. Dude, just make her wear an Apple Watch. It'll do it for you. I mean, this is set in 2020. Apple Watches were a thing. The heads of practically all the Sicilian families are present, not to mention my partners from the continent and America. A lot of people would give away everything they have to be let inside and snap some photos, not to mention the police. I thought you were used to the security detail by now. Well, there's a difference between having somebody following me around like one security guy and this. Again, I've been to a couple of events that were very heavy on the security. One was a private function, one was a public thing that because of the nature of it, and I wasn't like involved in any way. I was attending for a reason, but it had mega, mega, mega heavy security as well. Only time I've ever there was security literally in the lobby. There was security again that you had to go through when you got to the actual floor that the thing was on, and then there was security to get into the actual room. Only time I've ever had to go through like metal detectors and like somebody searching your purse and your coat and everything. You couldn't even bring your coat into the room. Literally, you had to leave your purse and your coat outside the room. Like, it was crazy. I was doing my best to keep calm, but I couldn't help feeling overwhelmed by the sheer number of armed guards. I was paralyzed. My head swam with thoughts of an attack, an attempt on my life, or Massimo's. Yeah, keep in mind somebody tried to kill her like 2 days ago. Water good. Oh, also for next week, I am gonna finally decorate this. I gotta put something heavy in the base though, because it's top heavy and it's really light, so it wobbles. So I need to find something heavy. Or I can put it in the base to make it weighed down a little bit. I want it to fall over and spill on my keyboard because I already lost one keyboard that way. Ugh. It wasn't good. Remember, we all blamed the kitty, but it wasn't the kitty, or at least I don't think it was. I don't know. Kitty denied it. Kitty's no longer here, so I have to give Kitty benefit of the doubt. But I am seriously considering getting a kitten for my birthday, which is the beginning of May. So I'm thinking about it. There's some things that have to come first, but we shall see. I just have this vision of this little black puffball with big eyes, and I want it. But I want a really cuddly kitty. I've had one really cuddly kitty. It was a big black fluffy boy kitty. Anytime I had first time I had a boy kitty, because Thomas turned out to be a boy kitty too, but he was supposed to be a girl when I got him. Yes, I am, but why so many? Each family brings their own security team, that's why. He patted my hand. You're perfectly safe if that's what's bothering you. No one's going to hurt you. Not here and not with me around. 2 words for you, bro. Red wedding. He lifted my hand, pressing it to his lips. He watched me the whole time. Ready? I wasn't. I didn't want to step out of the car. I was afraid and close to tears. I knew this wouldn't go away, though. There was no way of escaping it. I nodded reluctantly. She's like the most miserable bride ever. The man in black opened the door and helped me out of the car. We headed to the entrance. I wanted to disappear, or at least pull the veil over my face so that nobody saw me. We entered the great hall. As we entered the great hall, we were flooded with applause and merry cheering. Massimo stopped and greeted everyone with a simple gesture. His face was absolutely impassive. He stood rigidly, his legs slightly spread and one of his arms around my waist. The other he kept in his pocket. A man brought him a microphone and Massimo began his speech. In Italian. It didn't worry me that I couldn't understand a word. The sound of him speaking, nonchalant and self-assured, made my knees wobble. He finished in a couple of minutes and returned the mic, before leading me to the opposite end of the hall towards a table. I felt relieved seeing Olga was already there. Okay, so there we go. See if the kitten lets you hold it on its back. Yeah, that is the sign of a cuddler. If they like the belly rubs and the being cradled, yeah. But most cats are like, nope. They immediately flip around. I sat down in my place of honor, and before long Dominic appeared, leaning into my ear and whispering, "Your alcohol-free wine is on the right. The waiter knows you'll only be drinking that, so you don't have to worry." Oh yeah, the amount of wine that goes around at an Italian wedding, Jesus. There's so much. I'll stop worrying when I get in bed and this whole shit show is just an unpleasant memory. That's a nice way to refer to your wedding. Olga edged closer to me, grinning, and said, "Can you fucking see all this? It's gotta be the biggest crowd of mobsters and hookers I've ever seen. I haven't seen a single normal looking guy. The dude on the right has to be at least 90, and the bitch he's groping is probably younger than us." Olga squinted funnily. "That's gross, even for me. And that guy in black 2 tables away." I loved it when Olga acted that way. She was the only person in the world who could make me smile in any situation. I couldn't rein myself in and snorted with laughter. Massimo slowly turned his head to me and stared me down. I offered him my fakest smile and turned away to look at Olga. What, she's not allowed to laugh at her own wedding reception? Go to hell. "Can you see that's over there?" she prattled on. "The one looking like a Victoria's Secret angel? I like her." Suddenly I felt strangely anxious. I shot a glance at the table Olga was talking about. At the opposite end, oh god, it's gonna be the girlfriend end of the room, wearing a beautiful black lace dress, sat the woman who had tried to take Massimo away from me. Anna. Okay, in case I didn't say it last week, I so think that naming Massimo's evil, possibly murderous ex, Anna, that's this author taking a shot at 50 Shades. I think it's her absolutely dissing 50 Shades. I 100% do, which she's clearly read because she's ripping off all of it. But to say that she tried to take Massimo away from you, that is some bullshit. I mean, she showed up at the party, told him she intended to kill you. If anything, she tried to take you away from him. Like, not the other way around. Oh, yeah. Oh, Catholic weddings? Yeah, same thing. Yeah. The amount of booze, like, crazy. Legend has it my husband's family had it flowing in the after party, and the hotel gave them a free ballroom to party in so they wouldn't disturb other guests. Yeah, totally. Like, I know there are legitly places here because we have a huge Italian population in this city as well. There are places here that will not rent an event space to an Italian wedding because it gets out of hand. Like, there's always a fight after, especially like 3 a.m. Everybody's drunk. You know, the kids are all asleep on the chairs or the floor, and the guys are fucking rip roaring drunk. There's always a fight. Like, it gets out of hand, and yeah, they get loud and stupid things happen. "What's that fucking bitch doing here?" I growled, balling my fists. Well, she's the daughter or the sister, I think, of one of the other mob families. The head of, she's the sister, so yeah, it makes sense she'd be here. "I told you about her. Remember when Massimo disappeared when we were on the Lido?" "We were on Lido." Holga nodded. "Well, this is the whore that nearly killed him." I spat out the words, feeling tremors of fury. I rose, lifted the elaborate dress a bit so I could move faster, and started heading her way. "This is a terrible idea. Don't do this." There was no way in hell I'd allow this slut to attend my wedding party. I didn't care who'd invited her. If I had a gun, I'd have shot her then and there. All the days I'd spent crying and all the moments I doubted Massimo's true feelings for me were her doing. No, they weren't, you stupid bitch. God, she's just getting worse and worse and worse. Okay, this woman might have tried to kill Massimo. We're not even sure of that. She might have tried to kill Laura too, though apparently we don't think so, or at least she doesn't think so because she didn't call her out for that. But are you fucking kidding me? Blaming her for all of that? I don't fucking think so, bitch. I felt everyone's eyes on me, but I didn't care. It was my day and my party. In other words, I'm going to act like a spoiled, insolent brat again and make an embarrassing scene that could get my husband killed. As I approached the table, need for vengeance, my as I approached the table, need for vengeance threatening to boil over into full-blown hostility, I felt a hand clasp around my arm and pull me past my target. I snapped my head back and saw my husband leading me to the dance floor. I was waiting for that. I'm like, he's got to intervene here, or somebody does. Waltz, he whispered and nodded to the orchestra as we were applauded. I was in no fucking mood for dancing. There was murder on my mind. But Massimo held me in a strong grip and I wasn't able to escape. The first notes of the waltz reverberated and I found that my feet just moved on their own. What in the hell were you thinking? Massimo hissed, gracefully gliding across the dance floor, leading me along. I plastered a smile on my face and adjusted my position. What was what was I thinking? I growled. Better tell me what that whore's doing here. The air between us grew deathly cold. We were glaring at each other with barely restrained fury. We should be dancing a paso doble or a tango instead of a waltz. It's business, Lara, I told you. There's a truce between our families. We need that for you to stay safe. And we need the family to keep functioning as usual. Believe me, I'm not happy seeing her here either, but I do need to remind you that of what you promised me back in the car. You didn't say she would be here. He finished and bent me backwards so far my head nearly scraped the floor. A deafening wall of applause crashed over us. Massimo's lips gently touched the skin of my neck as he turned me around, finally pulling me towards himself. I'm pregnant and I'm pissed off, I hissed. Don't expect me to keep my emotions in check. If you need to take a moment alone to calm down, I'm happy to oblige. A gun to shoot that bitch is what I need. Massimo's face brightened in a wide smile. He finished the dance with a long, passionate kiss. I knew you had that Sicilian temperament, he said, proud of me. Our son is going to be a great man. It's going to be a girl, I countered. Well, wait a couple months and you can find out. Not sure how far along you have to be to, reliably know the sex of the baby, but there are ways. A couple of bows later, we headed back to our table, ignoring Anna's arctic glare. I sat down next to Olga and downed my wine in one gulp, as if the alcohol-free beverage would do anything to help. I can punch out her teeth if you want me to, my friend offered innocently, or maybe gouge out an eye. I laughed and pinned, I laughed and pinned a piece of meat on my plate with my knife. It's all right. I'll take care of her. Just not today. I promised Massimo. It's 20 weeks. That's like halfway. That's further than I thought. I chewed on the morsel, immediately feeling nauseous. I made myself swallow, fighting the wave of sickness. What's wrong? Olga asked with a worried expression, grabbing my hand. I'm going to throw up, I said matter-of-factly and pushed myself to my feet. Massimo jumped up as soon as I left the table, but Olga pushed him down and followed me instead. I hate being pregnant, I thought, wiping spittle off my lips and flushing the toilet. I'd had enough of the constant puking and feeling of vertigo. Besides, I had thought that should only happen in the mornings. I grabbed the door handle and left the stall. I do remember my mom telling me morning sickness does not mean only in the morning. Olga was standing there with her back to the wall, observing me with a smirk. Exactly how do you throw up in a wedding dress? Because generally they don't allow for bending. And you better tell me she wasn't kneeling on a disgusting bathroom floor in a wedding dress, because no. Was the meat not to your liking? She asked mockingly as I washed my hands. Fuck off, it's not funny. I raised my eyes and took a look at my reflection. I was pale, and my makeup was smudged. Got any mascara on you? In my bag. Wait here, I'll fit it, she replied and left. There was a nice white leather armchair in the corner of the restroom. I took a seat waiting for Olga. A short while later, the door opened, and I saw this coming. I lifted my head and saw her. Anna. Of course, we have to have a bitch fight. Of course. You have a lot of nerve to show yourself here, I snarled, sending her a murderous glare. She stopped by the mirror, ignoring me. First you try to intimidate me, then you try to kill my husband. Now you've somehow weaseled yourself into my wedding party. Why don't you stop embarrassing yourself? Oh, so we're just going full on. Okay. We're going full on mean girls, high school, stupid bitches. Okay. This is all gonna suck. I rose and headed her way. Hannah didn't make a move. Her eyes trailed my reflection in the mirror. I was calm now, composed, just as Massimo would have liked. I reined myself in, though deep down I wanted to grab her by the hair and smash her face on the marble sink. You think you've won? She asked. I laughed roughly, noticing that Olga was back. There was no competition. I hope you've had your fill already because you're leaving. Olga opened the door and gestured for Anna to leave. We'll see each other again, the woman hissed. Did I skip a page or is that just really short? No, it's just really short. Throwing her handbag over her shoulder and disappearing into the corridor. Not before your funeral, bitch, I called after her, lifting my chin defiantly. She snapped back, glaring at me, and left. Okay. So that was a whole lot of nothing for no reason. When we were alone again, I collapsed on the armchair and hid my face in my hands. Olga walked over and patted me on the back. I can see you're already acting like a real gangster. I like that part with the funeral. She's scary, Olga. I know she's planning something. I sighed. Just you wait. Suddenly the door swung open and Dominic stormed in, followed by a security guard. We looked at them confused. You got the wrong fucking door, dude, Olga said, raising her brows. The men were clearly agitated. They were panting. They must have been running. Both men shot quick glances around, but having found nothing worrying, they nodded apologetically and left. Yeah, how about you stop Anna from going in the room and not run in after she's left, being useless. What is it with, again, just like Christian Grey, what is it with the rich guys with all the money hiring fucking shit security? Like, why is this a thing? I crossed my arms and dropped my head. Maybe there's a camera installed somewhere on me too, as if a transmitter wasn't enough. I shook my head, wondering at the scope of control Massimo was exerting over me. Well, not gonna change. Were they here to save me or Anna? And how had they known the situation might have warranted an armed intervention? I couldn't find a logical explanation. I got up and went to the mirror and touched up my makeup. I needed to look beautiful and fresh again. Oh yes, because God forbid she not look perfect at every moment. Ugh. Then we returned to the main hall and I sat down next to my husband. Everything all right, baby girl. There it is again. The child doesn't like alcohol-free wine, it seems, I replied. If you're feeling better now, I'd like to introduce you to people. Come. We slalomed between tables, greeting what seemed like dozens of gloomy goons. What's that's ugh. That's what Olga and I called the guys who looked too grim not to be mobsters. They were betrayed by their scars and sometimes simply by their empty, cold stares. Besides, it wasn't hard to tell. They all had one or two bodyguards standing behind their backs. I did my best to be charming and sweet, just as Massimo had told me. Meanwhile, the mobsters ostentatiously ignored me. I hated it. I knew I was smarter than most of them. I could easily have blown them all away with my knowledge and wit. With growing admiration, I looked at Massimo, who clearly stood out in this crowd. Oh, great. I got the best mobster of all the bunch, but I'm going to spend the rest of my life being treated like garbage by all of my husband's closest friends and associates. Oy vey. For starters, he was a lot younger than the other men. He also surpassed them in strength and intellect. I could see they respected him, listened to him, and craved his attention. No, they fucking don't. He'd be seen as a young upstart pup in that world. Nobody is respecting him. Nobody is taking him seriously. At some point, I felt someone's touch on my back. Then a hand slid around my hip and turned me around. Then someone planted an unexpected kiss on my lips. I pushed the man away and raised my hand to slap him in the face as he pulled away. I froze, my arm still raised. Oh, who is it? Is it? Oh, if it's the ex-boyfriend somehow. Hello there, sister-in-law. You're as beautiful as they say. The man looked like Massimo. I took a step back, walking into the man in black. What the fuck? I blurted, shocked. My husband's clone wasn't disappearing. What's worse, his face was really the same as Massimo's. So was his stature. Even their hair was the same. Okay, is Massimo a twin and didn't tell her? Because that would be twisted. Or does he have a body double just in case? Totally disoriented, I stood dumbfounded, mouth agape. Lara, meet my brother. And oh god, it's one of those names I can't pronounce. Ad- Adriano? Adriano. Okay, it's getting changed to Adrian. Massimo said. The man offered me a hand and I retreated, pushing my back into my husband's torso. A twin. Fuck me, I breathed. So he does. He has a twin brother and he never told her? Are you kidding me? Also, I predict right now the twin brother ends up dead. She sees a photo or a video, thinks it's Massimo, and ensuing crazy bad decisions happen. How the fuck do you not tell somebody you have a twin brother? Also, do we think that they paid the lead actor more to play two roles in the second movie? Or are they just going to cut out the brother? Because they did cut out some characters. So unless he turns out to be like significant to the plot later, he won't be in the movie because they don't have the budget for extra. Adrian burst out in laughter and took my hand, bowing to kiss it. That's me. I turned to Massimo and stared him in the eyes, shocked out of my mind. I tried comparing his face to Adrian's. They were practically identical. When Adrian spoke, the sound of his voice was indistinguishable from Massimo's. I think I'm going to faint, I whispered, staggering. Massimo said 2 sentences in Italian to his brother and led me to the door at the end of the hall. We passed through to a room with an adjoining balcony. It looked like an office. The walls were covered in bookshelves, and the two most prominent pieces of furniture were an old wooden desk and a massive couch. They're gonna fuck on one of these things. Starting the countdown. I sat on the sofa cushions of the latter while Massimo knelt next to me. It's just scary, I said. It's really fucking scary, Massimo. When were you going to tell me you had a twin brother? The man in black grimaced, running a hand through his hair. I didn't think he'd show up. He hadn't been home for a long time. He lives in England. You didn't answer my question. I just married you. I'm your goddamn wife now. I cried out, jumping to my feet. I'm having your baby, for fuck's sakes, and still you can't do me the courtesy of being honest. Why would you ever have expected him to? Again, she has clearly expectations of what being married to him is going to be like and that things are going to change. They're not going to change. Hi, Persnickety. I'm so glad you're here. And Sasha, love honor for me. Yeah, he apparently has an evil guy has an evil. I'm gonna quote Spencer Reed. I'm gonna quote Spencer Reed in the episode Angel Maker, season 4, episode 1, episode 2. I mean, and when he brings up the idea of an evil twin, and somebody's like, "You're not seriously floating the evil twin theory, are you?" He's like, "No, I'm talking about evil twin, eviler twin." And everybody just kind of looks at him like, but yeah. Yes, Snickety, we all just found out, including Laura, Massimo has a twin brother. An identical twin brother that I'm calling Adrian because I can't pronounce his actual name. And apparently he lives in England and Massimo didn't think he would show up. So I'm going to guess he's not in the mob family. I know, don't you hate it when your kidnapper keeps things from you? And she's all pissed off that he kept it from her, like she was expecting it to be different somehow. And in case you missed it, he told her she has to behave and play the dumb trophy wife at her own wedding reception because it's full of mobsters that he needs to save face in front of and show that he knows how to control his woman. Oh, and we're about to have our 5th burning of the day when I get to the bottom of this page. I heard the door click shut behind me. A child, a familiar voice said. My brother's going to be a father? Good for you. Hadrian entered and walked over to us with a self-assured smirk on his face. I nearly blacked out again. He looked and moved like my man in black. His gait was calm and confident as he made his way to us. Is he gonna try to fuck her at some point? Is he gonna join in one of my predicted threesomes or foursomes? He stopped by his brother, who had risen to his feet by that time, and placed a kiss on his forehead. So, Massimo, he said, pouring himself a glass of whiskey from a carafe standing on a little table by the couch. Everything you ever wished for has come true. You got your girl and are going to have an heir. Father must be turning in his grave. The man in black spun to face his brother and spewed out a tirade that I couldn't understand. Brother dearest, Adrian replied calmly. Lara can't understand you. Why don't you speak in English for her comfort, eh? Massimo was fuming. His jaw worked rhythmically. What is that? I don't know what that means. I don't want to know. You see, Lara, in our culture, marrying an outsider is considered inappropriate. Our father's plans for his favorite son did not involve such a marriage. Enough, Massimo bellowed, staring Adrian down. Have some respect for my wife. Adrian lifted his hands, capitulating, and withdrew to the door, sending me an innocent smile. Yeah, this guy's gonna be trouble. What? Is he gonna be the one to hook up with Anna and try and kill Massimo so he can replace him as head of the family? Or something like that? I don't know, but I'm calling him an asshole right now. Uh, for right now, and for the second time tonight, or fifth time tonight, where's my head? I'm not even drunk and I still can't count. Burn, baby, burn. That one went well. Okay, but since I just noticed the time and it's been nearly 2 hours, how has it been 2 hours? How has that happened? We desperately are overdue for a stretch break. No wonder my back is killing me. Oh. Oh, stretch, 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 stretch. Okay, much better. Pup is still on the couch. I haven't heard a peep out of him, which is rare. Usually he talks in his sleep quite a bit. Come on, shirt. Do what I want you to do. There we go. Oh. I gotta learn to sit up straighter. But gentle reminder to everyone that we do have both random ducks and painted ducks that can be sponsored for just $10. Or for $25, this is the perfect time to put me in handcuffs for the rest of the evening if you would like to see that. And in lieu of wine, we have the super sour orange juice that I will chug a glass of just so you can watch my face do the sour pucker thing for $50 if you would like. Or I will still put on the spike bra for $100 and wear it for the rest of the evening, and it progressively gets more uncomfortable. So those are the options if you would like to help a girl out. PayPal link should be at the top of the chat. YouTube hasn't imploded on itself again. I should have some coffee. I do own a coffee maker. Not sure if I currently own coffee. I think I do. By that I mean I think there's some left. I don't know. I haven't made coffee in months. My apologies, Don Massimo, he said, ironically, bowing his head. See you around, Lara. He nodded at me and left. As soon as we were alone, I went to the balcony and propped my hands on the railing. Massimo joined me shortly, still enraged. When we were kids, Adrian got it stuck into his head that I was father's favorite. He'd compete with me for everything, trying to prove dad wrong. The difference between me and my brother was that I never wanted to be head of the family. Hadrian did. It was his greatest dream. So when father died and I was chosen to be the next Don, he didn't take it well. See, this is, yep. Yeah, this is why the brother's here. Uh-huh. 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 And I predict right now, just because the thought popped into my head, that he and Anna are the two evil people in this, and she's leading him on with the promise of, we'll take out your brother and Lara, then you become the head of not only Massimo's family, but she's probably toying with the idea of, but then you can marry me and you'll be head of both families and you'll really be the most powerful man in all Italy, maybe the world, blah, blah, blah. So adding that to my predictions list. Mario, my consigliere, was my father's right hand. It was he who decided I was the better pick. When he learned of the decision, Adrian left and told us he'd never come back. We haven't seen him in years. That's why I didn't tell you. You still need to tell her! So what's he doing here right now? I asked. I'm as curious as you are. It wouldn't be fair to take out my It wouldn't be fair to take my anger out on Massimo. This conversation was over. Actually, yes, it would be fair to take your anger out on him because everything's his fault. Come on, let's join the others, I said, taking his hand. The man in black raised it and kissed my fingers before leading me to the door. I'm amazed they didn't fuck. Not that I'm complaining. We went back to our table and I took a seat. Massimo leaned to my ear. I have to talk to a couple people now. I'm leaving you with Olga. If something goes awry, tell Dominic. He straightened up and walked out of the hall. Several men rose from their seats and followed suit. Oh, yes, the big men only meeting with cigars and brandy in the smoking room. He straightened. I felt another pang of anxiousness. I couldn't stop thinking about Adrian, Massimo, the baby, and Anna, scheming with the guests. Yeah? Olga's voice broke my reverie. I was a tad horny, so I took Dominic upstairs, she said, taking a seat next to me. We did 2, maybe 3 lines of coke, but the Italians must have mixed it with some shit, because when I was on the way back, I had the weirdest hallucination. I thought I was seeing Massimo, but then I bumped into Massimo. Another Massimo, I mean. So she ran into the twin and thinks she's fucked up. Fair assessment. The first one wore a suit and the other a tuxedo. She leaned back in her chair and gulped down a glass of wine. I think I've had enough drugs for today. It wasn't a hallucination, I said somberly. There's 2 of them? Olga followed and moved closer as if she'd misheard me. What? They're twins, I explained, staring at Adrian, who was making his way towards us. The one coming our way isn't Massimo. It's his brother. Olga couldn't hide her shock. She gaped at the handsome Italian. Is she going to hook up with him, too? I mean, I don't begrudge her, but... Holy crap, she managed. Who's your lovely friend with the unusual expression? Adrian asked, sitting down next to us and offering Olga a hand. If all Poles are as beautiful as you two, I've chosen the wrong country to emigrate to. You've got to be fucking kidding, Olga muttered in Polish, taking the man's hand. Exhausted with all that happened, I leaned back in my chair, observing as Adrian stroked my friend's hand with a satisfied half smile. Unfortunately, that isn't the case, and I really hope you're not thinking what I guess you're thinking right now. Yep. Of course he is. Of course he is. Because of course he is. Because what else would you think upon meeting your sister-in-law's best friend, but hey, I'd like to fuck her. Holy crap, Olga repeated, touching Adrian's cheek. They're fucking clones. Okay, what, are they both unfamiliar with the concept of twins? Like, what? Adrian laughed at her reaction. He couldn't understand a word, but he knew what we were talking about. This is serious, Laura. He's real. Of course he's fucking real. I'm telling you they're twins. Stunned, Olga pulled away from Adrian and straightened up, squinting at him. Can I fuck him? She asked disarmingly and sent me a sly smirk. See, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it was going to get there because there's nowhere else to go. I couldn't believe it, but I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I rose and snatched the hem of my dress, lifting the long fabric a few inches above the ground. I was done with this. I swear I'm going to go crazy. I need a moment alone, I said, leaving them. I passed the exit door and took a right turn. There was a small gate ahead. I passed it and found myself in a beautiful garden with a breathtaking view of the sea. The evening was warm and the sun shone on Sicily with the remainder of its golden brilliance. I sat down on the little bench, enjoying the moment of solitude, thinking of all the things I still knew nothing about, and all the shock and pain they would cause me when I finally did learn about them. I wanted to call my mom, or even better, have her with me. She would have protected me from all those people in the whole world. My eyes teared up. What would my parents think about this? I kept still, watching the sea until it went completely dark and dozens of small lanterns flashed with warm light. I was reminded of the evening when I had been kidnapped. God, it was just a few months ago, I thought. And so much has changed. Yeah, let's not forget, they met via kidnap. This is how these two people met. He kidnapped her. Seriously, what the hell are they gonna tell people? Because, like, now that they're married, they're gonna be, like, going to things together. People are gonna ask the classic, how did you two meet? What the hell are they planning to say? Like, they need to come up with a cover story. Anything. Ugh. God, I want chocolate so bad right now. Chocolate and something else, which tells me that my PMDD and PMS are in full swing. Yes, that's when I want chocolate and something else. There's no chocolate in the house, unfortunately. You'll catch a cold, Dominic said, appearing out of nowhere and covering me with his jacket. He sat next to me. What's up? I sighed, turning to look at him. Why didn't you tell me you two had a brother? His twin, to be precise. Dominic just shrugged and pulled out his bag of coke. He poured it onto his palm and snorted 2 doses. Okay, why is this guy suddenly such a major cokehead? Like, in the first book, he didn't do drugs at all. Now he's like a total fiend. What is going on? I told you already. There are things that you two must tell each other directly. Me? I don't want to get mixed up in this. He's probably the smartest of anybody in this room. He got back up and licked a speck of cocaine from his skin. Massimo told me to get you. I watched him with revulsion. I couldn't hide my disdain for his addiction. You're fucking my friend, I said, getting up. And I won't butt into whatever's between the two of you, but I won't let her lead you to a point of no return. Dominic dropped his eyes, his foot playing with a pebble. I wasn't planning on that, he said quietly. I can't help it. I just like her. She does coke and let you fuck her on a table. Yeah, I can't imagine why you like her. I burst out in laughter and patted him on the back. You're not the only one, but I'm not talking about sex. I'm talking about the coke. Please be careful. She's easily tempted. Dominic led me through a series of corridors all the way to the top floor. Closed off from the party guests, he stopped by a double wing door and pushed it open. The heavy wooden door opened and I saw a massive table with rounded corners and Massimo sitting at the head. The celebration inside didn't pause as I entered. Only the man in black pinned me with his cold, dead eyes. I took a look around. Several men were groping half-naked women, and the rest were occupying themselves with forming lines and snorting coke off the tabletop. What in the actual fuck? Because this is just him showing her off in front of his buddies. But does he not think she's going to be furious at not only being summoned, but summoned into this? This is going to get stupider. Wasn't I just saying I was surprised it's been 2 hours now? I'm sad that it's only been 2 hours. I'm also sad we don't have any new ducks yet. Da, 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 da. I passed them, my back straight, my pace measured and confident as I made my way towards my husband. The train stretched out behind me, making me look even more aloof than I felt. I rounded the whole group and stopped behind Massimo, placing my hands on his shoulders. My man straightened and raised a hand to touch my ring finger. Signora Torricelli, one of the men addressed me. Care to join in? He pointed to the surface of the table with neat, long, parallel lines formed across it. I took a moment to think about the right answer. Don Massimo doesn't allow me those kinds of diversions, and I respect his wishes. That is good. I give her credit. That is good. That is a good answer. The hand on my palm squeezed. I felt satisfied knowing that my answer was the right one. He can suck it for that. But I hope you're having a pleasant evening, gentlemen. I nodded and smiled my most charming smile. I would not be this well behaved at this bullshit. No fucking way in hell. A security guard offered me a chair. I took a seat and observed. I kept a stoic demeanor, but inside I was shaking with shock and anger. Yeah, why am I here? Why am I fucking here? Am I literally just here so you can show these assholes that I come when you call and I will sit there silently while they do coke and fondle hookers and you also just observe? Like, what the actual fuck are we doing here? But that's what it is. It's him showing the other mafiosos that he can control his woman. That's what it is. I hate everything. I was shaking with shock and anger. Old ugly bastards groping those women, snorting like wild hogs, inhaling the white powder and talking about things I wasn't privy to. Why did Massimo want me here? See? Even idiot girl knows what I'm thinking. Like, why the fuck am I here? Maybe he wanted to display me for his peers to see, showing me off as the dutiful wife. That's entirely it. Or maybe he wanted me to learn a thing or two about his world. This had nothing to do with what I'd seen in The Godfather. I've never seen those. In the movie, the mobsters had rules they lived by, a code, or at least a bit of class. Oh, the mob code is very real. There was nothing of the sort here. A couple minutes later, a waiter brought me a glass of wine. Massimo motioned him over and asked him something I couldn't hear. Only did he allow me to take a sip. I really did feel like a trophy wife then, useful only as decoration. I'd like to leave now, I whispered in Massimo's ear. I'm tired and those men make me want to throw up. I pulled away and made myself smile again. The man in black swallowed loudly and gestured to his consigliere. The man pulled out a cell phone and dialed a number. Dominic appeared in the door a moment later. I got up and was just about to say goodbye when I heard a familiar voice. Best wishes, dear. Sorry we're late. Congratulations to the young couple. I spun and saw Monica and Carol. They were nodding at everyone in greeting and walking in my direction. I hugged and kissed them both, genuinely happy to see them. Who are these bitches? I have no idea who these two people are that she's happy to see. Massimo didn't tell me you were coming. Monica took a long look at me and hugged me again. You look gorgeous, Laura. Life's been treating you well. I see. Even with the baby on its way, she said in Polish, winking. I had no idea who had told her, but I was glad Massimo hadn't kept my pregnancy a secret from everyone. Monica grabbed me by the hand and pulled me aside to the exit. This is no place for you, she said sternly, leading me out. We stopped in the corridor waiting for Dominic, who joined us shortly and gave me a key. Your apartment is the one on the end of the corridor, he said, pointing to a door in the distance. Your bag and your things are by the table. I ordered another wine for you, and if you'd like anything to eat, just call me. I patted him on the back and planted a grateful kiss on his cheek. Then I pulled Monica with me as we went to my room. Tell Olga where I am. I called out to Dominic and turned to leave. Were they the two with her when she was kidnapped? Yeah, I was wondering that. Are they the friends, the other friends that we haven't seen since since her birthday party that night. That's got to be who they are, right? They can't be anyone else. Is one of them the wife of the other mob boss that she met and she liked the boots? Maybe? Or are they both friends that she was on the trip with? I have no idea. But yeah, I think you're right. They were with her when she was taken, and then they went home without worrying about her because they're such good friends. We entered the apartment. I kicked off my shoes. Monica took a bottle of wine Dominic had left us, opened and poured it. It's alcohol free, I said, shrugging. She sent me a surprised look and took a sip. Pretty good, though I think I prefer the real thing. I'll order something for myself. Olga joined us 20 minutes later. She was tipsy. The three of us started talking about this and that. Monica told us about her long life among the mafia and the rules and the taboos. She talked about the customs during parties such as this one, and I learned just how much my opinions about a woman's place in the world and the family would have to change. Girl, what have you... This is so sick, by the way. Let's just get this commentary out of the way. This is fucking disgusting. Because it's basically saying that once you get married, the woman has to transform herself into whatever the fuck the guy tells her to fit into his world. And it's all about what he wants and the kind of woman he wants you to be. And that's what you have to be now because he put a ring on it. And you're knocked up. Like, oh my God. Like, again, these are conversations that need to happen before you get married. Before. Olga disputed her every word, but in the end she had to capitulate too. There was little we could do to change the Sicilians' honored traditions. 2 hours passed and we were still sitting on the floor chatting. Okay, you're not sitting on the floor in a wedding dress, no fucking way. Suddenly the door opened. It was Massimo. He didn't have his jacket and his shirt collar was unbuttoned. In the light of the candles we had placed all around the room, he looked magical. I was gonna say he looks pissed off and ready to fuck. Can I excuse you ladies for a second? He asked, motioning my friends outside. Yeah, he wants to get some. That's why he's here. A bit disoriented, they both got to their feet and left, grimacing behind his back. The man in black shut the door as they left and walked over to me, sitting down on the floor. He reached out and gently touched my lips. His finger slid to my cheek and then fell, landing on the lace of my dress. I watched his face as his hands roamed around my body. What the hell are you thinking, Adrian? I asked furiously, suddenly realizing it wasn't my husband. I told you he was gonna pull something! Can we kill him now? And also, she said, Massimo is wearing a very distinctive blue suit with a flower. Adrian is wearing a tux. How did you not immediately notice that this wasn't Massimo? And also, how much feeling of her body did he do? Where exactly did the hands go? Realizing it wasn't my husband, I scrambled away until my back hit the wall. How did you know it was me? Your brother's face is different when he touches me. Okay, I've known identical twins. I was able to tell them apart. 2 sets of identical twins, and I could always tell who was who. Identical is one thing, but yeah, expression, little things, even if they have identical hair and everything else, you can tell. Ah, yes, I forgot that lace turns him on. But aside from that little slip, I was pretty convincing, wasn't I? He's gonna try and like murder and replace his brother. I swear. That's what it's gonna be. It's not gonna be that he's not gonna publicly fight to be head of the family. No, no. He's just gonna disappear Massimo and literally try to just replace him. Like pretend to be him, I mean. I heard the door opening and closing again. I glanced up and saw my husband. Yeah, this is gonna get ugly. He switched the lights on and froze, seeing the two of us. Immediately his eyes flared with anger. His eyes darted from me to what am I calling him? Why am I having a brain lapse? Me to Adrian and back again. I'm gonna have to change that to something else because my brain's not clicking with it. My fists clenched. I rose and crossed my arms. Gentlemen, I have something to ask of you, I said, desperately trying to sound confident. Stop playing spot the imposter with me right now. I can only see the difference between you when you stand next to each other. I can't help it, but I'm just not that observant. You don't want to be making this information public in front of the eviler twin. Secretly livid, I started walking towards the door, but Massimo deftly wrapped his arms around my waist, stopping me. Stay, he said, letting me go. We will have words, Adrian, in the morning. For now, allow me some time with my wife. Oh, of course, because he has to claim her now. He has to mark his territory, quite literally. The handsome clone headed to the door, but before he left, he planted a kiss on my forehead. I glared at Massimo, wondering if I'd ever learn how to distinguish the two brothers. Well, you could start by looking at what they're wearing. The man in black walked to the table and poured himself a glass of liquor from the carafe. He took a sip and shook his jacket off. You'll learn to see the differences. Don't worry. What if I mix you up? Your brother evidently counts on that. He's checking how well I know you. He took another sip, keeping his eyes trained on me. It would definitely be like him to do that, he said, nodding. But no, I don't think he'd do anything beyond what I allow. If it makes you feel better, you're not the only one with the same problem. The only person who always knew how to spot who was our mother. When we're in the same room, it's easier, but we are different in some ways. You'll get it, sooner or later. I'm afraid I'd only be able to tell you apart if you were naked. I know each scar on your skin. I closed the distance between us, putting a hand on his chest and sliding it down, allowing it to stop at the zipper of his pants. This is definitely gonna lead to sex. I don't wanna. Stupid tape. Wait, did I miss a burn? No, I don't think so. Okay, there's a fire truck very close to me, so there might be loud noises. I counted on a reaction, but I didn't get one. Irritated, I pressed my hand against his crotch. But Massimo only bit his lip, his expression otherwise impassive. Since when does he not want to fuck, and why does she? Because, yeah, sex is not what would be going through my mind right now. The only reason my hand would be going there is if I wanted to crush it, to teach him a lesson. Oy vey. His eyes drilled holes into me. On the one hand, his reaction was genuinely frustrating, but on the other, I knew it was just a game. He was provoking me to be more active. Well then, you got it. I pulled the glass out of his hand and placed it on the table. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding? What is with this? What is with this sexual one-upsmanship they have going on? It's the dumbest shit. It's the fucking dumbest shit. And why would she be employing that right now? to say what? Like, I get this is leftover 50 Shades and the whole Dom sub paradigm, but this book is stupider and doesn't even 50 Shades doesn't understand that, but this one definitely doesn't, and it's not a theme. So it's just bullshit. And it makes no fucking sense that she would want anything right now, let alone be trying to show him, I have sexual power over you, therefore I have power. Like, that's not right now. He does for an hour of submission, this is true. But they said, I don't know, did she say tonight or tomorrow? I thought she said tomorrow. But then he said in the evening, and it is evening, so it's possible. We could be about to get that. But I don't think he'll do it here because there's too much chance somebody could walk in. There's too many people that, could see, and then it would really like cause problems for him. Then I softly pushed him until his back touched the wall. Oh, God. I knelt, keeping my eyes locked on his, and started to unzip his pants. Why does she always got to be on her knees? Why? Why does she always have to be on her knees? Why is it always blowjobs? Why? Who here is a Shania Twain fan? She has a song called Black Eyes and Blue Tears. One of which, it's a very dark song, as the title implies, and yes, it's about exactly what you think it is. One of the lines in which, and this is one of my favorite lines, I haven't listened to this song in 25 years. I really got to listen to it again. But one of the lines is, I'd rather die standing than live on my knees begging please. It's actually begging please no more is the full line. And yeah, every time she gets on her knees, that song is now going to play in my head. Oh, God, do I wish I could drink right now. Or something else. Do have the something else option. YouTube won't like it, but I can turn the camera off for 30 seconds. It won't care. I haven't seen plenty of people toke up live, including today, on camera. So maybe YouTube policy has changed, or maybe some people don't care. But I know entire channels that exist around watching somebody smoke a blunt while watching stupid videos. But it is a little early. Was I a good girl, Don Massimo? Oh, God, is she gonna, like, self-infantilize? Is she gonna... Oh, are they gonna do, like a variation of... I can't think of letters. Either ABDL or DDLG. Which is daddy, daughter, little girl, and the other one is adult, baby... ABDL. Adult, baby, something, age play. Are they gonna do age play? Like, is she gonna pretend to be a little girl? Because her friend said it's, like, her greatest fantasy. And, like, what is this infantile garbage? And why is it such a theme in all bad erotica that the woman has to be regressed to a childlike, infantile state to show that the man is in control or whatever? Mm. Mm. I think I shall, Cerebellum. I believe it is officially making the list. Yeah, because I hate it that much, and it fucking deserves it, especially in this context, because in this context, it's really, really, really vile and disgusting. So yeah, Good Girl is now going on the list. You were, he replied, and finally his stormy face changed, showing the lust underneath his icy mask. So I can get a reward. Okay, so yeah, I think Cerebellum was right. We're getting the hour of submission. I think she's calling her cards in. He nodded with a half smile, his fingers stroking my cheek. I pulled up his sleeve and glanced at his watch. It was 1:30. Off we go, then. He'll be a free man in an hour, I whispered, jerking his pants down. Uh. His smile vanished, replaced by curiosity and something I could only identify as fear. I don't think this guy is afraid of her for a second, even though he was doing his best to mask it. We have to wake up early tomorrow. We're leaving. You're sure you want to take your hour right now? I laughed grimly and pulled off his boxers, revealing his gorgeous cock. Ugh! I took a lick, then nudged it with the tip of my nose. Ew! I've never been so sure about anything. Before we start, let's set out some ground rules, I said, smooching his rising manhood. I'm sorry, the is so bad. The combination of smooching and rising manhood. If that line was in one of the Bridgerton novels, I would still fucking laugh. And they're supposedly actually good. Or at least good for what they are. If you've seen the show, you know they are pointless fluff. But they are great pointless fluff. I am very anxiously awaiting the second half of season 4, which I think comes out in 2 weeks, or around there, maybe 3 weeks, because I'm not watching half of a series and then like waiting for the other half. I'm waiting until the whole season is out, and then I'm gonna binge the whole thing in one go, because that is the best way to watch Bridgerton. Some shows shouldn't be binged. Handmaid's Tale is one of them. Don't ever binge that show, you'll die. But Bridgerton is best watched when binged. That's when it's at its best. But yes, we are burning Good Girl for being possibly the grossest thing yet read in this book. So 3, 2, 1, fire. Come on, lighter. Come on, lighter. It has fuel, it's just temperamental. I want to let the whole thing burn. But I can't do that. But I can enjoy this for a minute. Okay, it's out. That was satisfying. That puts us up to 6. I can do whatever I want for an hour, right? As long as it doesn't endanger my or your life, everything is fair play. Dude, you better set some more rules than that. Because that is, He tensed, observing me with narrowed eyes. Should I be worried, Lara? You can, if you like. So, the rules. Do anything you want, but remember, your time will be up in 60 minutes, but you have to live with the consequences forever. Say no fair threatening retaliation. You said she gets an hour, you have to deal with it. I smiled and raised one eyebrow and got to sucking his prick. Just the casualness of that. Okay, I was trying not to gag, but it's there. Do I have any water poured? No. If anything, I actually would like to chug a glass of orange juice to wake me up. Rough and fast. It wasn't my intention to get him to come. Oh, we have the wrong spelling. Someone needs to write a follow-up series on all these books set 30 years in the future to discuss how fucked up all their kids are. Yes! Yes, for Snickety. We can do that. We can make it happen. Yes, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Oh, God. I mean, we can easily predict how Christian Gray's children come out. He's got a boy and then a girl. So we can tell right now because we were already doing it when we were reading it. Or like any girl raised by him, like Jesus. Especially if she looks like her mother and after he's, killed off Anastasia. Yeah. She's not having a good life. And any boy that grows up around him, like, because the kid's gonna hit like 11 or 12, and Christian Gray's version of like giving him the talk about sex and women is gonna turn the kid into like a serial killer rapist overnight. With daddy's money to protect him and all that stuff. Ow. Oh. Okay. Ugh. Ugh. Again, don't burn your arm on the oven door. Life is much better when you don't. Also, stupid oven door. So when a couple minutes later I felt he was feeling too comfortable, I stopped. I stood up and faced him. My hands wrapped themselves around his chin and I kissed him. Deep. My tongue pushed its way into his mouth. His hands clasped around my buttocks, but I shook them off. Don't touch me, I snapped, unless I tell you to. Good. I knew he'd hate having to stay passive, unable to do anything, to have no say in what was going to happen. To have no say in what was going to happen would be difficult for him. Slowly, I untied his bow tie and undid the buttons of his shirt. I slid it off his shoulders, allowing it to fall to the floor. He stood before me naked, hands hanging loosely down his sides. His eyes were burning with desire. I grabbed his hand and led him to an antique armchair in the opposite corner of the room. Slide it next to the table, I said, pointing to a spot, and then sit down. He was As he was setting up his seat, I grabbed the bag Olga had packed for me and took out the toiletry bag before returning to Massimo, placing my rubber friend on the table. I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! I knew her vibrator was going to be part of it! I knew 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 it! Oh, there's so many options for what she's about to do. Okay, let's just run down the list. We have making him blow the toy. We have her blowing the toy. We have her using the toy on his ass to teach him a lesson. Or, and this is the one I think will probably happen, she lays down on the table and tells him to use the toy on her to make her come, but he's not allowed to actually touch her, only the toy is. Because that would definitely drive him crazy. Boy goes no contact on his 18th birthday and becomes functional. Daughter repeats Anna's life. Yeah. Yep. Take the trust fund and run. Anyone in the chat want to make a prediction for what she's about to do with the toy? Also, I hear a puppy stirring, but I don't know if he's just rearranging or if he's going to come and visit. He may have just been, standing up, stretching, and then curling up facing the opposite direction for, the second half of his nap. I hear the sound of ears flapping. It's a cute sound. Try to remember, did I feed him? Yes, I fed him. By now he would have informed me if I'd forgotten to feed him. If he's hungry and the bowl is empty, he just pushes it with his nose because it makes a scraping sound on the floor that means, come and feed me, person. Untie my dress, I ordered, turning my back on my husband. How much do you want me, Don Massimo? Very much, he whispered, sliding the fabric off my shoulders and revealing my lace underwear. The dress landed softly on the floor, and I turned around, slowly taking off my stockings, one after the other. I went to my knees again and took Massimo's cock in my mouth. How is this? Girl, you don't do that if you're wanting to torture him. Vibrating ring with a remote. Or a cock cage that doesn't allow for getting hard. This is a punishment. Especially if it's the kind that has the rod in the middle that goes up the... You get the idea. Those are a lot of fun. See, now I'm thinking of happy things. I don't want to go back to the book. Oh, I am at my happiest when I'm being an evil, kinky whore to somebody. But hey, plenty of guys out there like to be punished, and I like doing it, so that always worked very well when I was able to do it. I really should, like, once I get my apartment, like, up to scratch, because it needs some TLC right now, because life has been hectic. But once it gets up to scratch, I may start, finding some random boy toys online to play with and then discard like the nothing they are to me. Haven't done that in over 10 years, but I think I still remember how. I've still got a corset and a black skirt somewhere. I definitely still have my goddess boots. Oh, I can maybe use my long whip. I've never actually used it. The problem is it's really, 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 really long and my bedroom's not that wide. But it's so much fun. If you've ever seen, who knows Lady Heather from CSI? I have the actual Lady Heather box set. It's amazing. She is like my spirit animal. She's one of my spirit animals for sure. But the bullwhip that she is seen doing some work with in one episode, I have one of those. It's fun. But it does take a large amount of room to use, as seen in the episode where she is seen wielding it quite expertly. So originally, my love of whips actually comes from the movie Mask of Zorro, because Anthony Hopkins kicked ass with a whip in that, and he actually did learn how to use one. And there's a scene where he's like literally cracking it and putting out candles, and he really did that. He got super good with it. Supposedly, Michelle Pfeiffer also got really good with the whip because when she was playing Catwoman, she had to learn how to use it. And not too long ago, she posted a video of herself with the original Catwoman whip. She still has it, showing she could still like do tricks and things with it. I could feel it growing with each movement of my tongue, the taste becoming more pronounced. I didn't keep sucking him off. Instead, I pulled away and grabbed the thin stockings I had thrown away moments before, wrapping them around Massimo's wrists and tying them to the armrest of the chair he was in. Then I rose and sat on the edge of the table, keeping my eyes on him. Yep. She's gonna pleasure herself with the boy in front of him, not allowing him to touch her. That's what this is. This is revenge for him when in the first book he tied her to the bed and made the hooker blow him in front of her. I had a feeling that's exactly what it was going to be. It was going to be the mirror of that scene. This is a waste of your hour of submission. This is genuinely a waste. Because the second the hour's up, he's going to break the chair apart and jump on you like a rabid puma. Keeping my eyes on him. On the exterior, he was calm, but I knew he was boiling with passion inside. Watch the time, I said, nodding at his watch and tossing a pillow from the couch to the table. I took my panties off and sat facing the man in black, spreading my legs wide. I grabbed my vibrator and pressed its button. It started to buzz and turn. With my feet propped on the edge of the table, I reclined, resting my head on the pillow. All this so I could keep watching Massimo's face. He was burning with desire, his jaw clenched. I'll have my revenge as soon as you untie me, he hissed. Yeah, see? See? Everybody knows where this is going. I ignored the threat and slid the pink trident inside me. I knew my body, and I knew it wouldn't take me long to come. Wrong spelling again. Okay, I should have allotted more space for the wrong spelling. The vibrator pushed deeper inside, and I moaned, squirming. Massimo couldn't take his eyes off me, only breathing a couple of words in Italian every now and then. My first orgasm came after only 20 seconds? Seriously, what is female authors that don't know how women work? Because ain't nothing that good. Then the second, and the third. Ugh. And why is it all the women in these erotica things are orgasm gumball machines? Like, what the hell is with that? Because, I mean, after one, I might want seconds if you give me a few minutes in between. Because, things are really sensitive, so give things time to settle before, adding for a second. But after that, I am so done. And I had a longtime lover that always wanted me to, have more and more, and I literally remember saying to him on multiple occasions, not a gumball machine. You can't just push the button and make it happen. Ugh. We actually just set a limit that after 2, he knew I was done, and that was that. I moaned and screamed, pushing with my legs, my body arching until I felt the tension leave me. For a moment, I didn't move, eventually pulling the vibrator out and letting my legs dangle from the table. Staring Massimo in the eyes, I licked my own juices from the toy lavishly and put it down. Ew. Untie me. I took a step closer and glanced at the watch. In 32 minutes, darling. Right now, Laura. Oh, dude, you can't even... Dude, you are so not hard. And I don't mean his dick. I sent him a mocking look and scoffed, ignoring his anger. Also, are we going to pretend he can't, get out of being tied up by stockings? Come on. Analyze this. Ow, Billy Crystal. I don't remember who played the mob boss in that. I've seen it once. A really long time ago. Wait, do I have an actual scratch on my chin? I do. Huh. I actually do have a scratch. I don't know how I did that. Yeah. Robert De Niro, thank you. I could picture his face. I just couldn't remember his name. But yeah, Robert De Niro and Billy Crystal. I mean, they were reasonably funny movies. Excuse me. Massimo jerked his hand so hard the armrest of the seat creaked, close to breaking. Yeah, there's also that option. His reaction scared me. I quickly untied him. No fair. No, he owes her an entire day now because he broke the rules. When both his hands were free, he jumped to his feet. His arm shot out and his hand wrapped around my throat, pushing me back to the table. There we go. There we go. So whatever he's about to do, I'm not calling it consensual. And also, dude has a choking fetish. I'm sure there's a name for that, but he does. Don't ever tease me like that again, he growled and rammed his cock inside me. Ugh! Okay, hold on a minute. I don't have Screamy Pillow, but I have a shirt. Okay, that really hurt. It may have been stupid, but it was worth it. Ugh. Teeth are flopping my mouth. Oh, and that just took most of my lipstick off. It's worth it. Still worth it. Still worth it. Oh, that really hurt. I bet you know this phrase for choking fetish. Run it by me. What'd you find? Oh, erotic asphyxiation. Why did I not think of that? Because I'm used to the word auto being in front of it. That's what it is. I'm used to autoerotic asphyxiation, but yeah, you're right. It's just erotic asphyxiation, but it's on somebody else, so it's not auto. Sarah Bellum, you are the smartest of us on most evenings. I think the screaming made my nose red. Ugh. I always go to on that side. Okay. Mech in fighting form. So we now know that he can't keep his word, even for 60 minutes, and that violent, choking rape is his preferred form of sex. Can't believe I didn't remember that it's erotic asphyxiation. Duh. Oh. Don't underestimate pregnancy hormones as an aphrodisiac. I absolutely couldn't believe it. Because, yeah, when I said I want chocolate and other things, that's the other things. Not like this, but yeah. Only time I ever get fucking horny as hell is when it's the hormones doing it. Only time I have anything resembling a sex drive. I mean, like, damned if it isn't, like, aggressive. Normally so. He pulled me to the very edge of the tabletop and spread my legs before his hands clenched my hips and he started to fuck me. I could see he was seriously angry, and I'd be lying if I said that didn't turn me on. He's definitely gonna, like, fuck her to death one of these days. He's just gonna accidentally kill her because they're both gonna go too far. Like, they are the perfect toxic combination by what turns them on. I lifted my hand and slapped him. That's when another orgasm pierced my body. My back arched and my fingers dug into the wood of the table. Harder, I shouted, coming. They're a match made in heaven or hell. A few seconds later, he came to with a loud roar before collapsing on with a loud roar. Because remember the giant painting of him with a lion? Excuse me while I die. What in the ever Death by snoo snoo. I have heard this phrase before, but I do not know. I am not in the know about what is a snoo snoo or where that is from. It's obviously from something fairly old, I would imagine. And very well known apparently. No, I don't. I've heard it, but I have no idea where it's from. With his head between my breasts, he gently sucked on my nipples as his cock pulsated in my pussy. I tried calming my breath. If you think that's, excuse me, if you think that's it, you're wrong, the man in black whispered and bit my nipple hard. I yelped in pain and pushed his head away. He grabbed me by the wrists and pressed my arms to the table. So here we go. Now he's just going to get violent AF. So I was wrong. He's not worried about having very violent sex with her while she's pregnant. That's not a concern. And pinned my wrist to the table above me, his eyes insane with lust. That's not a compliment. That's not a good thing. Now I was scared. I liked provoking him. He wouldn't hurt me. He just did! I refer you to your earlier statement of I yelped in pain. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. 35 words later. I yelped in pain, 35 words, he wouldn't hurt me. I'm finished, so I don't think I'll come again, I smirked. Wrong spelling again. As soon as the words left my mouth, I saw the change in his eyes, and I knew that had been a mistake. With one swift move, he pulled me off the table and rolled me over and pressed me back into the wood. He had both my wrists in a vice-like grip behind my back, and I couldn't move. Yeah, I was really right with none of this being consensual. I mean, she's into it, but still, this is not. Uh, to quote one of the reviews I found, consent has not heard of this book. Oh God! No, I'm gonna puke. 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 A thick white fluid trickled lazily down my thigh, and he slowly rubbed it into my clit. Ugh! Okay, my brain went somewhere as soon as I got there. Oh, not good. See, I made the mistake of eating today, which was a bad idea, but I woke up really hungry. Oh, oh come on. Oh, come on, stomach. Unclench. I feel a little dizzy. It was swollen and very, very sensitive. Each touch of Massimo's fingers felt more intense than it really was. A moment later, I was ready for more. I allowed the tension to fade away from my body and stopped resisting. He didn't let go. Instead, he picked up the stockings and wrapped them around my wrists, keeping in control. Then he knelt down and spread my butt cheeks and started to lick my anus. Again, you do you, but I don't want that, I breathed, my face pressed into the table. I tried breaking free, but it was only a game. I did want him to slam his dick up my ass. We just had to say it like that. There was no other way to, like, not be. I would scream again, but my throat is genuinely really, 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 really sore. Like, I think I'm gonna have trouble speaking tomorrow. Trust me, baby girl. There we go. There we go. There we go. At least I get to burn it. And it's right below the dick up my ass line, so that'll be a casualty. So sad. He said without interrupting, before standing up and snatching my pink vibrator off the table. It buzzed to life. Oh, God. Massimo slowly inserted it in my wet pussy, wiggling it gently every now and then, simultaneously rubbing his finger on my anus, preparing it for his thick prick. With each passing second, my need to feel him inside me rose. When his thumb finally penetrated my ass, I moaned and spread my legs wider in silent invitation. Massimo knew every inch of my body and could easily gauge its reactions. Quickly interpreting the signs, he read it like an open book, knowing when I wanted something and when to take a step back. Fingers slid out only to be replaced by his lubricated cock. Somebody must have told her to, like, start including lube in your scenes if you want him to not be the worst. It went in delicately but quickly. I swore loudly, surprised by the intensity of what it made me feel. I've never done something like that before. It wasn't painful, but intensely and deeply arousing, both mentally and physically. That entire paragraph, I'm telling you right now, that entire paragraph was the editors and the publishers making her put that in there after he violently anally raped her in the first book, and it obviously would have caused extreme pain, tearing, and possibly, like, lasting damage the way he did it. And that was just completely ignored. That is the only reason we are getting mention of lube and that it's not painful, and that she is like mentally and physically into it. That is the only reason this paragraph exists. I bet you any money that I am right about this. Massimo's hips began to stroke, slowly picking up the pace. The only thing I regretted was not seeing his face. I love your tight little butt, the man in black breathed in my ear. And I love when you act like a dirty whore for me. Also, what is with the authors not being able to say the word ass? Like, this guy is not saying butt. He's definitely saying ass, and he's smacking it while doing so. His words were turning me on. He only ever allowed himself to be this vulgar in bed. That's when his emotions were unleashed. I felt I was about to come. Wrong spelling again. I really am running out of room. Massimo pulled out the vibrator. His hands started to dance in circles around my clit. I came so hard for a moment I was afraid I'd end up blacking out. That is, thank God, the end of the scene. But there could be more. We don't know yet. How do I still have an hour left? I want to go home. Wow, we're actually right on for page count. We're doing good. Don't ask me how. Oh, okay. 2-minute stretch break. Because I really genuinely need to stretch. Oh. Oh. Ow. Oh. Whew. You know what would be great after this? Pizza. Really cheesy pizza with a lot of bacon. And feta, because now I'm salt craving. But yes, super cheesy pizza with garlic dipping sauce. That would be lovely. It's not going to happen, but it would be lovely. Really salty feta and bacon. Oh, yeah, that would be so good. Where are we going? I asked him, exhausted, cuddled under his arm in the massive bed piled with dozens of pillows. Massimo played. Excuse me. Oh, we have another mystery location honeymoon. Why do they all do that? Edward Cullen did it. Gray did it. Now Massimo's doing it. Why? Why? I would not be okay with that. I genuinely wouldn't. Because what the hell does he know about, like, where she would like to go? There are plenty of places you could take me that I would not be grateful to be there. Massimo played with my hair, kissing my head once in a while. What is it with your hair? It's short, then it gets long, only to get shorter again the next day. I don't get why you women feel the need to do that. I grabbed his hand and raised my eyes to look him in the eyes. Don't change the subject, Massimo. He laughed and smooched me on the top of the nose, rolling over so that he was on top of me. I could fuck you all night long, baby girl. Oh, now we got two. You just turn me on so much, and I can burn the other one. Then I gotta read the back of this page before I can burn this one. Okay. What are we officially up to? What's the count? 6 baby girl, 1 mine, and 1 good girl, so 8. Well, and this one makes 9. No, wait, did I mark the other one? No, I didn't. Yeah, so we're at 9. Alright. First of 2. That went well. I kind of like it when it leaves a hole. Then I know it's really gone. No answer forthcoming. I tried pushing him off me, but he was too heavy. I resigned, sighing deeply and pouting. I feel absolutely satisfied right now, I said. After what you did on that table, and then in the bathroom and on the terrace, I think I'll be good for the next few months. Thank God I didn't have to read all that. He chuckled and freed me, rolling over to his back again. I loved it when he was so happy. It was a rare occurrence when we were alone, and he never allowed himself to express such joviality with anyone else present. At the same time, I adored his moderation and nonchalance, always impressed by his calmness and self-discipline. I'm sorry, but he does not have any fucking self-discipline. He is a reactive, explosive, violent thug. He couldn't even sit in a chair for 30 minutes. And by the way, he still owes her those 32 minutes. So if that doesn't come back up at some point, I'm going to be very disappointed. There were 2 souls inside Massimo. The first was the one only I knew. The caring, loving guardian angel? Oh! The second, feared by everyone. The cold, ruthless mafioso who could kill as if it didn't mean a thing. Okay, he has not been presented this way. Cuddling with him in bed now, I recalled all that had happened throughout the last 3 months. Now, from a distance, the whole story sounded like something incredibly exciting, an adventure to remember and explore, always discovering new and fascinating facets. This is the author blowing herself. I'd already forgot how I'd felt when he had first taken me prisoner, how scared I had been of this incredible man. Typical Stockholm Syndrome, I realized. She beat me to saying it. But yeah, what do you think? Oh, again, it is not that it is not that hard to psychologically break someone down. 3 months is more than adequate. 3 weeks would be more than adequate. 3 days is enough if you know what you're doing. Semi-conscious, already halfway to sleep, I felt my body lifted and covered with a blanket. I was so sleepy I couldn't keep my eyes open. A quiet moan emerged from my throat, and soft lips planted a kiss on my forehead. Sleep, baby, it's me. I heard the familiar gentle voice and plummeted into a deep slumber. You probably roofied her. When I opened my eyes, the man in black was next to me. His arms and legs were wrapped around me. I couldn't move. There was a strange noise, droning steady like an engine. Slowly I shook off the sleep. Suddenly I realized what was happening and jumped out of bed. My reaction woke Massimo, who launched himself out of bed at least as abruptly as me. "We're in the air?" I cried, feeling my heart starting to gallop. Massimo quickly closed the distance between us and wrapped his arms around me. He stroked my back and my head, pressing me against him in a protective embrace. "I'm here, baby girl. Here we go. Now we get 2 in a row." You can already see baby girl is gonna win the most burned by a wide margin. "I can get your you'll sleep through the entire flight." I thought about it and decided that would probably be my best option. That's the end of the chapter. So I'm guessing the pills that she's on, because the way that we've seen them used, they're pretty much just high dose sedatives from what I'm seeing. Like, how that would help a heart condition, I don't really know, unless there is some heart medication out there that is also like an immediate acting, very heavy sedative as well. And yeah, if he managed to get her out of the bed, somebody must have put clothes on her, I'm assuming, or at least kept her covered because he wouldn't want everyone to see her naked. And then he carried her from wherever the fuck they were staying into a car, and then out of the car, and then onto the plane. He definitely dosed her with something last night, or she would have woken up at some point before now. And he knows that she hates to fly, so it would make sense that, yeah, he would just drug her to keep her quiet. And in his mind, he's being merciful, probably, because then she won't be awake to panic about it. And when asked, she was given the option and decided that yes, taking sedatives and just sleeping through the entire flight was her best option. Like, she doesn't even know where they're going. But first we get to play with fire. Now this makes 9, and the next one will be 10. And 3, 2, 1. That's better. And on the last page of the chapter, 3, 2, 1. Much better. All right, we're up to 10. We get 4 more, we tie. 5 more, we break the record. Probably not going to happen, but we'll see. Chapter 4. The next 2 weeks were the most beautiful time in my life. Okay, so we're jumping ahead now. Wait, I have time jumps on my list. So far, she hasn't fainted. Oh, I have to adding to the he's a rapist tally, too. The Caribbean was breathtaking. We swam with dolphins, ate delicious food, sailed a catamaran across the whole archipelago, and above all, we were inseparable. At first, I was a bit afraid of having to spend the entire time with Massimo. We had never really spent so much time together before. And yet you agreed to marry the guy who, yeah, I was thinking about that. He's gone most of the first book. He's not there. He shows up to violently fuck her and abuse her. That's it. and then he disappears again for like days or weeks on end. They've actually probably only spent maybe 10 actual days together, at least a portion of the days, and I don't mean the whole day, but like pieces of 10 days together before getting married. Like that's less than Gray and Anastasia. Normally I'd try to avoid that. Usually I tended to grow impatient and irritated by my partner's constant presence. It always felt like too much pressure. This time I yearned for more. Each minute I spent with Massimo made me want to experience even more. Oh, God. When our honeymoon came to an end, I couldn't help feeling sad. But the news that Olga was still on Sicily cheered me up a bit. Come to think about it, I must have felt surprised, too. What had she been doing there all this time? Paolo, the security guard, picked us up at the airport and drove us to the residence. On the driveway, I was surprised to discover just how much I missed this place. We stepped out of the car and Massimo asked something of the security guard before leading me to the garden. We passed the threshold and froze. Sitting on one of the armchairs was Dominic, and on his knees was Olga, kissing him passionately. They didn't even register our arrival. He had his arms around her and stroked her back, touching his nose to hers, while Olga was making a cute, innocent expression. For a while, I couldn't wrap my head around what I was seeing. I had to get their attention to sort this mess out. Okay, so Olga's just been banging the brother and living at Massimo's house for 2 weeks while they've been away. Like you do, I guess. I don't know. What the fuck? I told you, the friend's just gonna be there now. There's not gonna be any explanation, rhyme, or reason. Apparently she has like no job to go back to. We did know she's a professional whore, which is fine. She's a professional kept woman. Not knocking it. My hand squeezed Massimo's and we headed deeper into the garden. The patter of my heels brought the two lovebirds back to earth. They finally noticed we were there. Laura, Olga exclaimed, jumping to her feet. She took me in her arms and gave me a great hug. I pulled away and took her face in my hands, giving her a scrutinizing look. What's this, Olga? Asked in Polish, conspiratorial whisper. What are you doing? You know what would be really good with pizza? Chicken wings with the honey garlic sauce. Because now I want sweet and salty. So you can put the chicken with the honey garlic sauce on top of the pizza with the bacon and the feta, and then you have the best of both worlds. It would be absolutely heaven right now. Damn credit cards for having a max limit. I pulled away and took her face in my hands, giving her a scrutinizing look. Oh yeah, what are you doing? She shrugged, smiling awkwardly, but said nothing. Massimo walked over and gave her a kiss on the cheek before continuing to walk towards his brother. I kept staring at my friend, searching for an answer. I'm totally in love, Laura. Of course she is. Because he's got all the drugs and all the money and if anything, Olga's got the better deal because as like, Dominic isn't even second. He's not Massimo's right hand, that's Mario. So he's way, way, way less of a target. So she's definitely got the better deal here. I can't help it. Dominic just turns me on so fucking much. They're gonna get married, of course. I tossed my handbag to the grass and took a seat next to her. Okay, you never put your purse on the ground. That's how you get ants. Summer had ended some time before, and though it was still warm, it definitely wasn't hot anymore. The grass was still damp and the earth had some residual heat to it, but the truly scorched weather was a thing of the past. I moved my hand through the blades of grass, wondering what to say, when Massimo's shadow obstructed the sun. Oh my god. Oh, we had to do that. We just had to have that. Don't sit on the grass, he said, pushing a pillow under my butt and throwing another to Olga. Why are they always sitting on the ground? Like, again, this is an infantilizing thing. There's fucking chairs. There's benches. You don't have to sit on the ground. You are not children. And yet, what do you bet? They will continue to behave like children. I need to work for a couple of hours. I'm taking Dominic with me. I sent him a look from behind smoky shades, still fascinated by the way he could change so much in a short time. Now he was my brilliant, hoity husband, the mob boss, cold and lordy. Cold and lordy. It's appropriate, but what a phrase. But if we found some time only for the two of us, he would instantly transform into his gentle, loving, true self. Gentle? Gentle. Have we ever once seen him be gentle with her, even when they are alone? No. Not even close. Okay, my throat hates me. Massimo stood there for a while longer, as if giving me a chance to burn his image into my mind. Then he kissed me on the brow and left, taking his younger brother with him. Dominic only waved at us briefly before vanishing behind the house. Why are we sitting on the grass anyway? I grimaced, puzzled. I'm not sure anymore. Let's go to the table and I'll tell you what happened. I swear you're going to die. I was finishing my third croissant and my friend was nodding approvingly. I can see your puking days are behind you, she said. Yeah, quit fucking around and tell me the story. My eyes didn't leave her as I took a sip of hot milk from my cup. Olga propped her head in her hands, hiding her face in her palms. She spread her fingers, sending me a strange look. It spelled nothing good. Okay, seriously, what in the actual... When we left your room back at the wedding, I ran into Massimo. He looked pretty fucked off when I told him I saw his clone on my way out. He probably realized it was his twin. So anyway, he went red with fury and sprinted your way. I'd had enough of your weird shit, so I went in search of Dominic. Before I found him, though, I found another apartment filled with guys and the best coke I've ever had. Oh God. Oh God, she walked into that and just had to partake. I mean, at least they were nice enough to offer a girl a rolled up dollar bill, but she paused. Suddenly her head smacked against the table. What? I'm sorry, Laura. She raised her eyes again with a guilty expression, sending me a look so full of shame I nearly shed a tear or two. What the hell did she do? I waited for her to continue, but she only stared at me. I leaned back and took another sip of milk. I wish I had milk right now. Why do I never keep milk in the house? There was not much that can still surprise me when it comes to your adventures, so you can just spill the beans. My friend touched her forehead to the table again with a heavy sigh. You're going to kill me, but someone's going to tell you sooner or later, so it might as well be me. She slept with the twin. That's what it's going to be. And she's worried Laura's going to kill her because basically you slept with the clone of my husband. But it's not her husband, so who cares? I sat there and snorted lines with two mafia guys who picked me off the corridor. They were Dutch, I think. That's when Adrian arrived. There we go. I knew it was him. He and Massimo wore different suits, so I could tell them apart. He said something to the two men, and they left and shut the door. So he got closer and lifted me up and set me on the table. He's so fucking strong, and apparently also a rapist. Just like his brother. Olga cried, hitting her head on the table again. Okay, is somebody gonna stop this girl before she gives herself a brain trauma? So he set me on the table, and I was getting pretty nervous. If he wanted something from me, I wouldn't be able to do anything. Stop right there, I cut in. You're sure you want to tell me the rest? She froze in utter stillness, taking a moment to think before her forehead resumed slamming the table. Slamming the table! Seriously, is somebody gonna stop her? He fucked me, Laura. I was drunk and doped. Don't look at me like that. Okay, so confirm the brother is also a rapist. Seeing my disapproving look. You married his clone within 3 months of first meeting him, and you did it sober. I shook my head and put the cup down. What has this got to do with your sudden adoration for Dominic? Yeah, seriously. The next day, when you left, I came to and sobered up. I wanted to run from the room, but I couldn't. The doors were locked! That motherfucker Adrian doped me with some shit and fucked me like a whore. The guys I'd partied with were his men, it turned out. Okay, there's so much to unpack there. So the eviler twin brother drugged and raped her best friend and then kept her hostage for God knows how long. And he has men of his own, even though he's not in the mob. How does it keep getting worse? Because eviler twin brother raping the friend was not on my predictions list. And if those were the circumstances, why in the hell does she think Laura would be mad at her? Like, what in the actual fuck? The drugs were his too. And me being there was no coincidence either. Yeah, I was going to say, he set the whole thing up. So anyway, as I sat there, Adrian came back and wanted some more. I was so completely furious. I fucking punched him in his stupid face. I think I might have loosened up some of his teeth. And that was a mistake. He's just like your Massimo. He took a shot at me too? Like, is she saying he punched her, or like he actually pulled a gun and tried to shoot her? I'm not sure. I launched myself up, eyes bulging with outrage. What the fuck are you saying? I snapped, grabbing Olga by the shoulders and shaking her violently. That's what she needs right now. When your friend tells you I was raped and held hostage and beaten, yeah, you violently shake them. That's what you do. She pulled down her sweater from one shoulder, revealing the bruises. I lifted the hem of the fabric and started looking for any other signs on her skin. What the fuck is all this? Stop, she said quietly, pulling the sweater back on. It doesn't hurt anymore. I wouldn't have told you, but I figured someone else would eventually do that. No use lying. He roughed me up, the piece of shit, but I gave as good as I got. I smacked him on the head with a lamp and a bottle. Well, good for her, I will say. But unless this ends with somebody telling Massimo that, oh, by the way, we had to kill your brother. Anyway, here's the answer to your question. Dominic was trying to find me the whole night. It was him who finally ended that nightmare when he barged into the apartment. The two started fighting, and the fucking clone lost. Pretty surprising, eh? She smiled with satisfaction. Turns out Dominic knows martial arts. Oh, that's always handy. Adrian should be happy he's alive. When he finished beating the shit out of the mutt, Dominic took me in his arms and got me to a doctor. He cared for me. That's when I started seeing him as a talking prick. Oh, so Dominic came to the rescue. He literally pulled the White Knight and rescued her from the eviler twin and captivity. And now it's the I Dream of Jeannie thing. She's his devoted slave because he saved her. Like, in addition to other things, I'm just going to spell out Nightingale syndrome. But how is this whole horrific story that she just told, this absolute nightmare, it's all just casually thrown in. It's so fucking casual. There's not going to be, I guarantee you, there's not going to be any further consequences for this. It will probably never be mentioned again. Nothing is going to happen as a result of it. And she was already banging Dominic. You could have had them just turn into a couple and become a relationship without this. You didn't need this. Like, if you're going to throw in a violent rape, beating, hostage scene, it has to mean something, or it should. It should not be, hey, I had an idea, so let me just casually throw this horrible experience in here. I'll pin it on the friend, and then use that as the excuse to catapult forward a relationship that was already happening. Like, there are a lot of things I like to play with when I write. This is not one of them. And yes, I have written scenes of non-consensual sex within the context of the larger novel that I am writing. But that has very, 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 very serious consequences. And it certainly gets followed up on, and yeah, there's comeuppance and all kinds of, yeah. It is not nothing. This is for nothing. Like, my desire to rip this page out and just burn the page. Again, we did it before. Something's telling me not to right now. I don't know why, but something is telling me not to right now. But I reserve the right to come back and burn like 4 pages out of this. I don't know why I'm holding back right now. There's usually a reason that I'll find out later. But I reserve the right to retroactively come back here and burn the shit out of this. If we make it to the end of the book and there is no payoff for this scene, that's what I'm going to do. That's what it is. I'm putting that out there. That's what it is. That's what we're going to do. If we make it to the end of this book, just this one, the other one doesn't count. Next book doesn't count. It has to be in this one. If there is not serious follow-up and serious consequences or payoff to this disgusting scene being here, if we make it to the end of the book and this is not mentioned or brought up again, I am going to come back to page 95 and I'm going to rip out these 4 pages and burn them live when we hit the end of the book. That's the deal. That's the deal I'm making right now. So what happens when you ask GPT for a plot twist? You're probably right about that. You are probably very, very right about that. Because it's so hackneyed. This is why I need pizza and chicken. And ducks. Let's not forget. I'm going to do a last shout out for ducks. That's about the only option. We got like 20 minutes left, so. Last shout out for ducks. I really do. I don't think I showed it off properly. But I really do love the Cleopatra duck, because this took me some work. And I put a little wig on it. Because she always wore those black wigs. So I really do the Cleopatra duck. We got the gold on the sides, the eye of Horus. Did the eye makeup without obliterating the actual eyes on the duck, because I really like the eyes on the duck. Or no, actually I repainted those. I forgot. I did repaint those. But yeah, very proud of the Cleopatra duck. Ugh. Ow. Ugh. You start getting one of those squeezy things and doing hand exercises. Ugh. Cramping. Olga shrugged and dropped her eyes. I couldn't believe it. How could my husband's brother do that? You didn't know he even had a twin brother until... You don't know this guy at all! What do you mean, how could he... Like, what? What? Your own husband violently rapes you! Why would his brother be any... A disconcerting thought occurred to me then. Had Massimo known what was happening back on Sicily? And if yes, why didn't he tell me? Girl, when are you gonna figure out? He's never gonna tell you jack fucking shit. That was made very clear to you, that you must never ask about his business, and he will never tell you anything. She's been told this repeatedly now. It's just not sinking in. I rose and headed towards the mansion, fuming with hatred for Adrian. I wanted to kill the bastard and wondered if the man in black would allow me to do it. I felt my heart racing, and I knew I had to rein in my emotions for the sake of my child, but I just couldn't. Wait here, I said, passing Olga on my way. I crossed the main hall and took the corridor opposite, knowing Massimo would be in his study. He always worked from there. It was the best protected room in the whole villa. I opened the door and stormed inside. I was about to inhale and start screaming when my brain finally processed what I was seeing. By the massive fireplace in the opposite end of the room, there was Massimo, standing next to Adrian. Yep, there we go, there we go, there we go. Blinded by hate and fury and unable to discern which man was my enemy, I shot towards them. Okay, like, they're not dressed identically. Why can't she just look at clothes? Why can Olga look at the clothes and know, and she can't? I'm imagining chicken wings just to calm myself down. Guess the thought is better than this. I passed heavy book-laden shelves with murder in my eyes. Massimo, I cried, my eyes tracking the reactions of both men. Yes, baby girl, there we go, there we go. Yes, Deacon, we're still... Deacon, you be glad you weren't here. Be glad you weren't here, because the brother, the eviler twin, Adrian, held hostage, beat, and violently raped the best friend. And then Dominic rescued her, and now she's so fully, totally in love with Dominic, and they're like a thing now. And so now Laura's pissed off and gone to Massimo to ask permission to kill the brother, but she found him talking to the brother in front of the fireplace, and she still can't tell them apart, even though they're not wearing the same clothes. And we're up to burning number 11 soon. And I am jonesing for pizza and chicken wings. That was enough for me. I knew my target. You're gonna watch the next movie without spoiling? Okay, yeah. Don't spoil anything. I admit, it's been tempting to watch the next two movies just to know what's coming. It's been really tempting, but I haven't done it. And I haven't watched any reacts to it, so I'm still reading this completely blind. I'm keeping to my word. I'm reading this series blind, even if it kills me. And like with the first one, when we get to the end of this book, we will then watch the second movie on the Sunday afterwards. We will have watch party for the second movie again. I wonder if the lead actor has any songs in that one. I bet he does. I bet he's got songs in all three of them. It would make sense. I knew my target. Without another thought, I launched myself at Adrian and canoed a fist into his face before preparing another attack. Punch away. I deserve it, he said quietly, wiping blood from his lip. His word took me aback. My arms dropped to my sides. What the hell was happening? You're fucking trash, I yelled. Massimo's arms wrapped around me and I hugged him back. I felt the need to keep shouting, but he turned me to him and stifled my scream with a kiss. Dude, do you think she wants that right now? And like, does he know or does he not know? Because if he knows and he knew the whole time, fuck both of them. Kill them both. He was so warm. I submitted to him fully. All right, you're righteously enraged that your friend was attacked and violated, but as soon as big strong He-Man hugs you, you just melt. These women are fucking disgusting. On behalf of my gender, I don't claim her. The calming rhythm of his tongue on mine calmed me down. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. I shrugged him off only when I heard the sound of the door closing. Don't worry, baby girl. Again, again, again. Oh, oops, wrong list. Wait, did I put the other one? No. I keep forgetting to mark things down. So we've got 11 and 12. I have this under control, he said. That stoked my rage all over again. You don't have this under control because the guy who should be dead just walked out of the room. Were you in control when this fucker was beating the shit out of my friend? I cried. What the hell is he even doing here after that? And again, why are we only caring about the beating and not the drugging and the raping? I was beyond calming down now. She's still here, and I'm here. Your child is here, inside me. Where did that bastard go? Listen to me, Laura. My brother has anger management problems. What? No, fuck off. Fuck all the way off. Fuck off with that shit. I don't care what the hell is wrong with him. It's not an excuse. I need to play with fire. Go out. Shit. Okay, it's out. I definitely have to wash the shirt. Okay, so got a little carried away. Yes, I know. I know. I know we need standby holy water. I will try to make it happen. I own a number of crosses. I can make my own holy water. Doesn't actually have to be blessed by a priest. Not how that works. My brother has anger management problems, Massimo said matter-of-factly, taking a seat on the couch. When he's on coke, he can be a bit unpredictable. I had him under surveillance during the party. My people can't be there all the time, though. What happens in the bedroom is off limits, so they waited outside. Nobody could have known what was happening. Bull fucking shit! Bull fucking shit! You want to tell me your idiot goons standing on the other side of the door couldn't hear him beating the shit out of a woman? Really? Like, oh my god! Oh my god! My rage is getting higher. Like, I have a headache right now. I have such a goddamn tension headache right now. I'm so infuriatingly mad because this is just all the excuses for the rapist. And, like, knowing that there were people right outside the door didn't do fuck all. I want to scream again, but I'm afraid I will really, really lose my voice if I do. This is not okay. I am not okay. Nothing is okay. I hate the entire universe. Okay. Oh, ow. Oh, man. Genuinely have a really bad headache starting. Also, it really, really smells like burnt in here now. Ugh, 2-second break. Dominic could and did, I retorted, crossing my arms. 2-second reminder of how much I can't stand this book. Yes. Hadrian is harmless as long as he's sober. I don't care! I talked to Olga directly after it happened. I asked for her forgiveness. I know it won't count for much, but I'll keep asking. I know that she sees him in me. He paused. Adrian isn't staying in the mansion. I moved him to an apartment in Palermo. I don't want you to feel in danger, honey. Okay, honey's going fire too. He'll leave the island later today. I've booked him a plane already. So, Massimo is the one asking Olga for forgiveness, not Adrian. And it's all okay because I'm sending him back to the UK. So, we'll all just forget about it. Where's my pen? Honey is actually on the list. Massimo stood up and wrapped his arms around me again, planting a kiss on my forehead. I lifted my eyes and sent him a sad, pained look. How could you keep this from me? My friend was in danger. So, also, yes, he knew the entire fucking time they were on their honeymoon. He knew all about this and didn't tell her. And didn't even allow her to comfort her friend when her friend probably really needed her. The man in black sighed deeply and pressed my head to his chest. It would have changed nothing, and our vacation would have been ruined. Wow, he can fuck off and die, he said simply. I knew you'd worry, and I was afraid you'd panic. I decided this was the best way to deal with this. And Olga agreed. Oh, I'm fact-checking that. He was right. No, he's not. No, he's not right. Nothing about this is right, but he especially is not right. The feeling of helplessness would have overcome me, and I would have been too much of a burden. I went back to Olga. Hey, I said gently, sitting next to her on the white sunbed. How are you feeling? She turned her head my way and sent me a quizzical look. Good. Why would I feel bad? God damn it, I don't know. How does someone who's been raped feel? Look at the mirror and ask that again. You'll know. Oh, God. This is about to get a lot worse. Olga burst out in laughter and rolled to her tummy. Been what? Raped? He didn't rape me. Yes, actually he did. He only ... How to phrase it? ... There is no good answer here. Made me more susceptible to his charms with some drugs. That's called rape, sweetheart. Why are all these women ridiculously stupid? We now have the victim defending the rapist, saying, it's okay that they roofied me, that doesn't make it rape. What do you bet all of this, and I do mean all of it, is not in the movie? Because the first one sanitized stuff like this. I'm betting the second did too. I'm leaning more towards the entire character of Adrian just won't be in the movie. Because if he is, and this isn't covered, and I don't think they will cover this, I don't think, not with, I mean, they say, like, yes, there was some violent sex in the first one, but nothing anywhere, nothing within 100 miles of what's in the book. And they cut out a lot of it. So it got the 50 Shades treatment. But they can't even hint at this. There's no way. Man, that's going to be a confusing movie to watch because there's going to be so much cut out. We're only on the 4th chapter. We're like 100 pages in. There's 300 more pages. I mean, they could, in theory, again, do what 50 Shades did with the third one and just have like a montage of her in the wedding dress and then a montage of the honeymoon and then come back and skip this and then start the movie. That could be the opening like 5-6 minutes. Made me more susceptible to his charms with some drugs. And it wasn't a roofie, only some MDMA. Yeah, that's a form of roofie. So I can remember everything. That doesn't make it okay! And besides, I didn't exactly try to resist. Oh, kill me. Kill me. Fucking kill me. I wanted it a bit more than I would have if I was sober, but I wouldn't call a good fuck rape. I would under the circumstances. Like, this is beyond pathetic now. This is horrible on a level I didn't know it could reach. Now I was completely dumbfounded. Apparently I wasn't keeping track of the whole situation and it must have showed on my face. Yeah, that's because your friend is not making any sense. Think of it this way. Massimo looks identical. Would you have thrown him out of bed? Oh, so it's okay to be a rapist if you're really, really good looking. We're talking about the strictly physical thing, right? He's hot stuff. Who cares? He has a great body and a godly cock. Can we stop with the deification of penis, please? Because I can't. His brother is the same. If he wasn't such a fucking bastard and you weren't with his twin, I would have taken him for myself. Get it now? I just sat there staring at the trees. They were neatly trimmed. Perfect. Everything around me seemed perfect and harmonious. The house, the cars, the garden, my life at the side of an incredible man. And still I found problems. Was something wrong with me? No! No, I quit. Fuck the world, I quit. I quit. I fucking quit. No, she just found out that her friend was drugged, raped, beaten. But because the friend is saying, hey, it's okay, Laura is now saying to herself, Why do I keep finding problems when I'm living in this perfect environment? Surrounded by violent mobsters who murder people, rapist men, drugs, more drugs, rape, beating, violence, shootings. No, why would I find problems in this very well manicured garden? Okay, I shouldn't have done my head back so long because now I'm really dizzy. I hate everything. And then some. Where's a good place to stop? Again, what is it with bad erotica novels? And they just go on and on and on. There is no place to stop. There are no page breaks. There's no paragraph breaks. All right, first convenient place. I am so done. What about Dominic? Holga groaned and turned to her back, kicking out with her feet like a little girl. Oh, God. Oh, well, he's my Prince Charming. There we go. Let's just go full fairy tale. Let's just throw away the world's thinnest of veils and just lean into it now. And each time he gets off his white stallion, he fucks me like an animal. She paused. Just kidding. I'm in love with him. You know what? It's midnight. I'm calling it right there. I'm calling it. I'm so done. I'm so tired. My head is fucking killing me. Whether that's like stress or a hunger headache or whatever, I don't know, but wow, is my head killing me. So that is where we are drawing the line tonight. Because I'm going to be absolutely seething about everything in the last like 10 pages for at least a month. At least a month. I'm going to be absolutely fucking furious every time I think about it. Because it is just all of the worst. It is all of literally the worst. And then it gets worse. And it's worse that this is written by a woman. It is worse that there are female characters saying this. But it is so incredibly, horrifically, horribly bad. And then it finds the bottom and keeps going. And I wasn't expecting any of this. Again, this is blind. I wasn't expecting any of this. But it is worse than I could have possibly ever thought. Okay, so as I said, I am, after, going to the ladies' room and refilling my water, I am going to jump into the movie night room and put on the 20-minute long review of the first movie that I find incredibly hilarious. If anyone would like to watch it with me, Deacon, it's the one that I sent you. I don't know if you've had a chance to watch, but if you haven't, I would greatly enjoy watching it with anybody who wants to watch with me because I need to laugh at some stupid. And when it's related to this, I need to laugh at it all the more right now while throwing things at the screen. So that is going to do it for this week. This has been this edition of Book Club. Hope you all screamed with me and come back next week when we will do more. We did not break the burn record. Wait, I didn't leave anything unburned, did I? I'm double checking because I think we played with fire all the times. No, I did. I left 2. We still have 2. We have 2 left. Could I post the link to what? To the review that I'm gonna put in the movie room? Yeah, I can. To do what? Like in the chat? Yeah, I can do that. Uh, This is the review that I've been laughing at all week that I'm going to watch in the movie room in about 5-6 minutes for anyone that wants to join me. It is genuinely funny. It's making fun of the first movie, and it gets hilarious. It says a couple of the things that I said that we were making fun of. It is well done, and it's good. So we have 2 more things to burn, then I'm signing off. Then we'll be in the movie room watching that. Hopefully with a few people so we can all laugh together and burn off some steam. So, let's see. What was the count? Damn it, 13. 13, we were so close. But I feel the record will be broken before the end of the book. But for the final time tonight, we got 2 burning, so let's do them. 3, 2, 1. And the second one, encore. Okay, see, this page didn't go up like a Roman candle, so why did this one? Like, the way this book burns makes no sense. Like, if we had kept going to the end of the chapter, I know we could have broken the record. No, there's ashes. No, my boobs. Okay, that's great. But that is really gonna do. Did I just burn my chest? I did. I did. I just burned my chest. Just a little bit. Yep. Just right there. Just a little bit. Yeah, it's not bad. It'll be fine. Okay, kind of hurts, but it'll be fine. So, yep, I will be in the movie room in 5-6 minutes or so for anyone that wants to join me, trying to have a laugh. And that will do it for this week. I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Take care of yourself, especially after reading that. Love yourself and love on your fur babies, and I will see you all next week. Same time, same channel. Hopefully, more ducks. Bye.